I figured it was some old contact cleaning thing, or maybe he was trying to reconnect out of the blue. But then I opened it. Hey, I don't know if you heard. Ethan died last night. I read it again, then again. It didn't feel real. Somehow, it still felt like he still existed out there. I typed back before I really knew what I was asking. What happened? 5 minutes felt like 5 hours as I stared at my phone. Then, I saw the typing bubble. They're saying suicide. That was it. I sat there for a long time after that. Ethan and I hadn't spoken in almost 6 years. Not properly, anyway. There had been the occasional message from him, a text every now and then, a Facebook notification where he tagged a few of us in something. I hadn't replied to most of them. It wasn't because I hated him, nothing like that. It was just easier not to. Especially when I knew what the conversation would eventually turn into. It always did. The last message he'd sent me was about 8 months ago. I remember it clearly because I stared at it for a long time before deciding not to respond. Do you remember exactly what happened that day in the woods? No hello, no catching up, just that. I closed the message and told myself I'd respond later. But I forgot. Marcus sent another message a few minutes later with the funeral information. It was happening that Saturday back in town. I almost didn't go. The idea of driving back there after so long made my stomach knot up in a way I couldn't quite explain. But something about the message Marcus had sent kept sticking with me. They're saying suicide. Something about that didn't sit right. It's not like Ethan didn't seem happy or stable or anything like that. The truth was, I had no idea what Ethan's life looked like anymore. But the Ethan I remembered wasn't someone who would just quietly disappear. If anything, he was the one who refused to let things stay buried. Especially that. Saturday came faster than I expected. The town looked smaller than I remembered when I drove in. Streets that had once felt wide and endless now seemed narrow and oddly quiet. Stores I remembered were gone or replaced by things that didn't belong there. The church was exactly the same though. Same brick walls, a crooked sign out front with changeable letters. Cars lined the gravel lot when I pulled in. For a moment, I just sat in my car with the engine off. I almost turned around and left. Instead, I got out. Inside, the place smelled faintly like old wood and flowers. Quiet conversations echoed softly under the high ceiling. Most of the people there were older than I remembered. Parents, teachers, neighbors. People who had known us when we were kids. I spotted Marcus sitting near the back of the room, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of a dark jacket. He looked older than I remembered. He saw me and gave a small nod. I walked over. We stood there awkwardly for a moment before either of us spoke. "Hey," he said. "Hey." Marcus glanced toward the front of the room where the closed casket sat surrounded by flowers. "Claire's here," he said after a moment. I followed his gaze. She was sitting in one of the pews near the aisle, shoulders slightly hunched, staring down at her hands. Her hair was shorter than I remembered. When she looked up and noticed us, she gave a small, uncertain wave. Sam was standing a few rows behind her. He looked the least changed out of all of us. Same posture, same skeptical expression, like he'd just been told something he didn't quite believe. When he saw me, he lifted his chin in a greeting. The four of us hadn't been in the same room together in over 10 years, not since the summer before high school started. Back when everything still felt simple, back before we all agreed to stop talking about what happened. No one mentioned it now. We stood together near the back while people filtered in and found their seats. Conversations between us stayed small and safe. Work, where people lived now, how long it had been since we'd been back in town. Claire kept glancing toward the casket like she wanted to look but couldn't quite bring herself to. Marcus didn't look at all. Sam eventually crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. "Anyone hear what actually happened?" he asked quietly. Marcus just shook his head. "Just what I texted you guys." Sam frowned slightly but didn't comment further. Claire spoke next, her voice softer than I remembered. "He messaged me last month." That got everyone's attention. "What about?" Marcus asked. Claire hesitated. Then she said it. "The woods." A strange silence fell over the four of us. Sam sighed almost immediately, like he'd been expecting that answer. "Of course he did." Claire looked at him. "He asked if I remembered exactly what happened that day." I felt their attention shift toward me. For a moment, I considered lying. Instead, I just nodded. "Yeah," I said. "Me too." Marcus just looked down with avoidance. None of us spoke after that, because, in truth, we all knew why Ethan had been contacting us, even if none of us wanted to say it out loud. After the service ended, people drifted slowly out of the church in quiet clusters. Handshakes, muted condolences, that strange heavy politeness that follows funerals where everyone speaks softer than usual. The four of us stood near the parking lot for a while, unsure what to do next. Claire was the first to say something. "There's still that diner by the highway, right?" Marcus nodded. "Yeah, it's still there." Sam shrugged. "Might as well." We all seemed to understand the same thing at the same time. None of us were ready to go home yet. We drove separately and met there 20 minutes later. The diner looked exactly the way it always had. Same faded red booths visible through the window. Even the same bell over the door that gave a dull jingle when you stepped inside. It felt strange walking into a place that hadn't changed when everything else had. We slid into a booth near the back. Marcus and I on one side, Sam and Claire across from us. For a few minutes, the conversation stayed careful and surface level. Claire had moved to Denver a few years ago, worked in graphic design. Marcus stayed closer to home than the rest of us, construction jobs mostly. Sam lived in Chicago now, doing something with software that he described in vague terms, and no one really pressed him on it. I talked about my job just enough to keep the conversation moving. In that moment, it was clear that if we ran out of small talk, the topic would gravitate back towards what we'd been avoiding. Eventually, Sam asked a question that had been sitting there the whole time. "Marcus, when was the last time you talked to Ethan?" Marcus leaned back slightly, rubbing his thumb along the edge of his coffee mug. "In the last few years, he only messaged me about one thing." The words seemed to settle over the table like dust. Nobody spoke. Marcus continued after a moment. "He asked if I remembered exactly what happened." Sam looked at him, unimpressed. "Seriously? We were 12, he added. "Kids make stuff up." His tone carried the kind of casual dismissal that meant he didn't want the conversation going in that direction. Marcus shook his head immediately. "No," he said. Sam raised an eyebrow. "No what?" "No. Something happened." The way Marcus said it made the booth feel smaller. Claire shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "We all remember something," she said quietly. "That's not the same thing as it being real," Sam replied. Marcus looked at him. "You remember digging, right?" Sam sighed and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Yeah," he admitted. "I remember digging." Claire spoke again. "It was behind the old logging road." I felt something tighten in my chest as the memory surfaced. We used to ride our bikes in the woods behind town during the summer. It was a stretch of forest that began just past the last row of houses and stretched for miles. Old trails, half-collapsed tree stands, rusted signs from logging operations that had shut down years before. We found something buried out there. Sam rubbed his face with both hands. "Jesus," he muttered. Claire looked up at him. "You remember it too?" Sam didn't respond right away, but he didn't deny it either. For a moment, the only sound at the table was the faint clinking of dishes somewhere behind the counter. Marcus looked at each of us in turn. "You remember what we said after?" Claire nodded slowly. Sam stared down at the table. I didn't say anything, because we all remembered that part clearly. The four of us and Ethan, standing in that clearing with the dirt piled around a hole we dug, terrified, confused, and agreeing on one thing. We would bury it again, and we would never talk about it. Ever. The coffee in our cups had gone cold, but no one seemed to care. We seemed stuck in our own heads. Around us, the diner started filling up with the late afternoon crowd. The quiet clatter of dishes and low conversation drifted, but it all felt strangely distant. Marcus was the one who finally broke the silence. "What do you actually remember?" he asked. He wasn't looking at anyone in particular when he said it. Sam leaned back in the booth. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean," Marcus said. "That day, what do you remember happening?" Sam gave a tired laugh. "Man, that was 20 years ago." "Yeah," Marcus said, "but do you remember it?" Another pause settled over the table. Then they all looked at me. I hadn't realized until that moment that I'd been avoiding thinking about it. Even hearing the woods mentioned earlier had brought back only fragments, shapes without details, feelings without context. But when Marcus asked the question directly, the memory came back all at once. Not clearly, but enough. I stared down into my coffee and said, "It was summer." Sam rolled his eyes a little. "That narrows it down." "No," I said. "I mean, it was one of those really hot days. All five of us biked out there, Ethan in front because he was the fastest, Marcus and Sam arguing about something behind him, Claire riding next to me. The logging road had already been half reclaimed by the forest back then. Tall grass growing through the gravel, branches leaning over the trail so you had to duck under them. We ditched the bikes where the road ended and walked the rest of the way. I could see it clearly now. The clearing. Ethan was the one who spotted it first. "There," he said slowly. "That patch of dirt." Claire looked up immediately. "You remember that too?" I nodded. There was this spot where the ground looked like it had been disturbed, like something had been dug up and filled back in. The dirt wasn't packed down the same way as the rest of the forest floor. The grass hadn't grown back properly. It looked like someone had buried something recently. Even back then, we knew it. Ethan had walked over and kicked at it. "I remember that," Marcus said quietly. "He started digging," I continued. None of us had tools, obviously, We were 12, so we used sticks, branches, our hands, anything that could find purchase. The dirt came up easier than it should have, packing under our fingernails. Sam shifted in his seat. Yeah, he said. We were digging for a while. I nodded. Then, we hit something. I could still remember the dull clunk as Ethan's stick struck something hard beneath the dirt. We cleared the soil away until we could see part of it. It was metal, I said. Sam frowned immediately. No, it wasn't. I looked up at him. Yes, it was. No, he said firmly. It wasn't metal. Claire leaned forward slightly. What do you mean? Sam rubbed the back of his neck. It was wood. The three of us stared at him. Wood? Marcus asked. Yeah, Sam said. Like a crate, or a box or something. That's not what I remember, I said. It's what it was, Sam replied. He leaned forward now, more animated. It had boards, like old boards, and there was a symbol carved into the top. What symbol? Claire asked. Sam hesitated. I don't know, something weird, like a circle with lines through it. I shook my head slowly. There wasn't any symbol. Sam gave a frustrated laugh. Dude, yes there was. Marcus held up a hand. Wait. We looked at him. You both might be wrong. Claire blinked. What? Marcus leaned back slightly. It wasn't metal, and it wasn't wood. So, what was it? Sam asked. Marcus hesitated. Stone. The word hung there. Marcus continued. Like a slab, part of something bigger underground. Claire sat very still. That's actually closer to what I remember, but not right. Sam threw his hands up. Okay, that makes zero sense. Claire ignored him. I remember Ethan brushing dirt off something flat, she said slowly. Like a lid. Exactly, Marcus said. Sam shook his head. No, it was a crate, I'm telling you. I tried to picture it again, the object beneath the dirt. But the more I thought about it, the less certain I felt. Because the memory that stood out the most wasn't the object itself. It was the sound. We heard something, I said. Claire nodded immediately. Yes. Sam frowned. What sound? I looked between them. A knocking sound. Marcus tilted his head slightly. What? Like something hitting the inside of the thing, I said. 3 or 4 dull taps. Knock, knock, knock. Claire shook her head slowly. That's not what it was. Then what was it? I asked. Claire's voice dropped when she answered. It was breathing. Sam scoffed. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was, Claire insisted. She looked at me. It was slow, like something was breathing under the ground. I felt a chill move through me. Marcus had gone very quiet. Finally, he said, You're both missing something. Sam leaned back again. Oh, here we go. Marcus didn't respond to the sarcasm. You're all remembering the digging, he said, and the sound. But that's not the part that stuck with me. Claire looked at him. What part? Marcus took a slow breath. The part before we left. None of us said anything. Marcus looked at each of us in turn. You remember we left the woods, right? Obviously, Sam said. Marcus nodded. Yeah, but something happened right before that. Claire frowned. What do you mean? Marcus looked down at the table, then he said quietly, "Ethan, talk to it." The words seemed to pull the air out of the booth. Sam stared at him. "No, he didn't." "Yes, he did," Marcus said. I felt my stomach tighten. "What do you mean he talked to it?" Marcus rubbed his palms together slowly. He leaned down into the hole. He paused, thinking about how to phrase what he was about to say. And he said something. "What did he say?" Claire asked. Marcus shook his head. "I don't remember exactly." Sam laughed nervously. "You're seriously saying Ethan had a conversation with a hole in the ground?" Marcus didn't smile. "He said something first," Marcus repeated. "And then..." Claire leaned forward. "And then what?" Marcus looked up at us. "And then..." Something answered. For a little while after Marcus said that, none of us spoke. The noise of the diner seemed louder suddenly, forks clinking against plates, someone laughing near the counter, a truck rumbling past outside. Normal sounds, things that didn't belong next to the sentence we just heard. Sam finally broke our silence. "That's not possible," he said flatly. Marcus shrugged slightly, but there wasn't any humor in it. "I'm just telling you what I remember." Sam looked at the rest of us, waiting for someone to back him up. No one did. Claire was staring down at the table again, fingers tracing circles on the laminate surface. "That's not the part I remember," she said quietly, "but I do remember something else." She reached into a bag and pulled out a phone. "Ethan had been messaging me for months." Marcus nodded. "Same here." Sam frowned. "About the woods again?" Claire unlocked her phone and scrolled through something before turning the screen towards us. It wasn't just the woods. It was a conversation thread with Ethan. Most of the messages were short, sent days or sometimes weeks apart, but they all had the same tone. Questions. Claire pointed at one near the middle. "Did we bury it again?" Another a few lines down. "Did we actually close it?" Further down the thread. "Do you remember what it said?" Sam shifted in his seat. "That doesn't mean anything," he said, though his voice wasn't as confident as before. Marcus pulled his phone out next. "He sent me the same kind of stuff." He opened one of the conversations and slid the phone across the table. More questions, short, direct, almost frantic. "Are you sure we covered it back up? Did you hear it too? Think about it carefully. Do you remember what it said?" I felt a tightness building in my chest. "Did he ever say why he was asking?" I said. Marcus shook his head. "Not exactly," he hesitated, then added, "But he did say something else." "What?" Claire asked. Marcus looked around the table before answering. "He had been going back out there." Sam frowned. "Out where?" "The woods." Claire blinked. "Recently?" Marcus nodded. "Last few months." Sam scoffed weakly. "Why would he do that?" Marcus didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned forward slightly. "The last message he sent me," he said, "wasn't a question about our memories." "What was it?" I asked. Marcus looked down at his phone again. Then he read it out loud. "What if we didn't bury it?" What if it buried itself again? No one said anything for a moment after Marcus read the message. It just sat between us. Outside the diner window, the sky had started turning that dull grey colour it gets before evening. The parking lot lights flickered on one by one, casting long reflections across the glass. Sam rubbed his face with both hands. "This is ridiculous," he said eventually. "We're sitting here trying to piece together 20-year-old memories because Ethan sent a few weird texts." Marcus didn't respond. Claire was staring at Ethan's messages again. "What if he wasn't just remembering things wrong?" she said quietly. Sam looked at her. "What do you mean?" Claire set her phone down on the table. "What if he was trying to figure something out?" Sam let out a short laugh. "About what? Some imaginary box we dug up when we were 12? Marcus leaned forward. "You heard the messages." "Yeah," Sam said. "I heard them." "And?" Marcus asked. "And people get weird when they're dealing with stuff," Sam replied. "Maybe he was depressed. Maybe he got stuck thinking about something from when we were kids." Claire shook her head. "That's not what this feels like." Sam opened his mouth to argue again, but she kept going. "He asked if we buried it again." She looked at each of us. "What if we didn't?" Sam scoffed. "Of course we did." "Are you sure?" she asked. Sam hesitated, only for a second, but it was enough. Claire leaned back slightly in the booth. "Marcus said Ethan had been going back out there." Marcus nodded. "More than once." The diner suddenly felt too warm. I found myself staring at the condensation on my water glass, watching a drop slowly slide down the side. Claire spoke again. "We should go look." Sam let out a disbelieving laugh. "You're serious?" "Yes." "For what?" he asked. "Closure?" Claire didn't answer right away. Then she said, "Ethan's parents gave me something after the service." She reached into a bag again and pulled out a small wooden container. It took me a second to understand what it was. Sam's expression shifted when he realized. "You're saying we scatter his ashes out there?" he said. Claire nodded once. "It seems like something he would have wanted." Sam leaned back again, staring at the ceiling for a moment. "This is insane," he muttered. Marcus didn't look convinced either, but he didn't object. Instead, he asked, "You mean tonight?" Claire shrugged. "Or tomorrow morning." Sam was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed heavily. "Fine," he said. Everyone looked at him. "But only so we can finally stop talking about this," he added. "We go out there, scatter the ashes, see there's nothing there, and we move on." Claire nodded slowly. Marcus gave a small shrug. "Works for me." Their attention drifted toward me. I hadn't spoken since Claire first suggested it. The thought of going back to those woods after all this time made something twist in my stomach. But the truth was, I'd been thinking the same thing since Marcus mentioned Ethan returning there. If Ethan had gone back, if he'd been digging again, then maybe the thing we buried wasn't just a half-forgotten childhood story. Maybe it was still there, waiting. I swallowed and nodded. "Okay," I said. "We'll go." We decided to go the next morning. No one said it outright, but I think all of us preferred daylight for what we were about to do. We met just after 9 in the same gravel lot behind the diner. Claire had the small wooden container with Ethan's ashes tucked carefully into a bag. No one commented on it. but everyone noticed. From there, we drove the rest of the way out of town. The roads felt narrower than I remembered. Houses that once seemed far apart were packed closer together now. A few new developments had crept out toward the edge of the woods, but the forest itself still loomed behind them the same way it always had. Dark, dense, and quiet. We parked near the old logging road. The gravel path was still there, though it looked more overgrown than before. Tall grass had swallowed most of the tire tracks, and thin saplings leaned over the trail where trucks used to pass. For a moment, none of us moved. Then Marcus opened his door. "Guess this is it," he said. We stepped out into the morning air. It was cooler beneath the trees, the sunlight breaking into thin strips through the canopy. The smell of damp earth and pine needles hung in the air, sharp and familiar. I hadn't been back here in nearly 20 years, but my body recognized it immediately. We followed the old road on foot, the gravel crunching under our shoes. Sam walked ahead for a while before stopping and turning around. "Was it this way?" he asked. Marcus looked uncertain. "I think so." The deeper we went, the more wrong everything started to feel. The woods seemed smaller. When we were kids, the place felt endless, like you could walk for hours without seeing the same tree twice. Now, the forest felt tighter somehow, the spaces between things shorter, the trails narrower. Branches scraped against each other overhead in the breeze. Claire slowed to a stop. "I don't remember this part," she said. Marcus glanced around. "Yeah, the trail shifted." He stepped off the main path slightly, scanning the trees. "This used to open up somewhere around here." Sam kicked to the ground. "Great," he muttered. "We're looking for a random spot in the forest we haven't been in since middle school." Marcus ignored him. Instead, he walked a little further into the trees, pushing aside a low branch as he moved. Then, he stopped. "Wait." The rest of us followed. Marcus pointed ahead through the trees. "You see those?" At first, I didn't understand what he meant. Then I saw it. 3 tall pines growing unusually close together, their trunks twisting slightly around each other near the base. Something about the shape stirred a distant memory. Marcus nodded slowly. "Yeah," he said. "That's it." Claire stepped forward. "Are you sure?" Marcus moved toward the trees without answering. We shadowed behind his curiosity. Just beyond them, the ground dipped slightly, opening into a small clearing no bigger than a backyard. I stopped as soon as I saw it, because even after all these years, I recognized the place immediately. "This is it," Marcus said quietly. No one disagreed. For a moment, we stood there, taking it in. The clearing looked smaller than I remembered, just like the rest of the woods. The grass was patchy, thin in places where sunlight struggled to reach through the canopy. But the center of the clearing was impossible to miss. The ground was darker, uneven. Claire stepped forward slowly. "Was it always like that?" she asked. I shook my head. "No." Marcus crouched down near the center. He didn't even have to brush the dirt away to see it. The soil was loose, recently disturbed, like someone had been digging there not long ago. Marcus stayed crouched near the center of the clearing, slowly dragging his fingers through the loose dirt like he was testing it. "It's fresh," he said. Sam frowned. "Fresh how?" Marcus lifted his hand. Dark soil clung to his fingertips. "This hasn't been like this for long. I stepped closer. Now that I was standing over it, the shape of the ground was obvious. Someone had dug here recently. The earth was piled unevenly around the center, the way dirt looks when it's been shoveled out and pushed aside in a hurry. But the hole itself wasn't open anymore. The middle had sunk inward, like whatever had been dug out had collapsed back into itself. Claire noticed something first. "Wait," she said. She walked a few steps to the side of the clearing and bent down. When she stood back up, she was holding an empty beer can. "Ethan didn't drink," Sam said automatically. Claire turned the can in her hand. The metal was dirty and slightly dented. "Someone did." Marcus stood up and started looking around the edge of the clearing. He didn't have to look long. "Here," he said. Leaning against one of the trees was a shovel, or what was left of one. The wooden handle had snapped cleanly in the middle, leaving the metal blade half buried in the dirt where it had fallen. The pale wood inside hadn't darkened yet. Sam walked over and picked up the broken handle, turning it in his hands. "So, someone came out here, dug a hole, broke a shovel and just left," he said. Marcus didn't answer. He had already stepped back toward the center of the clearing. The shallow pit was easier to see up close. Someone had definitely dug there. The dirt around the edges had been thrown outward in rough piles, and the middle had sunk into a dark hollow where the soil had collapsed inward, like the ground had given way after the digging stopped. Marcus crouched again. "Ethan was here," he said quietly. No one argued. Sam crossed his arms. "Okay," he said. "Let's say he was. That still doesn't mean—" Marcus suddenly leaned forward. "Wait." He brushed the patch of dirt aside with his hand. Something black was sticking out of the soil. At first I thought it was a piece of plastic. Then Marcus pulled it free. It was a phone. The screen was cracked and dirt filled the edges of the case. But it was unmistakable. Claire stepped closer. "That's his," she said. Marcus turned it over slowly in his hands. The phone was caked with dried mud, like it had been dropped directly into the hole while someone was digging, or while something else was happening. Sam stared at it. "You're telling me he just left his phone out here?" Marcus didn't answer. Instead, he pressed the side button. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screen flickered weakly to life. Marcus stared at the screen for a moment. The phone had turned on, but the battery icon flashing in the corner told the rest of the story. 1%. Then the screen went black again. Sam exhaled through his nose. Great. Marcus pressed the button again. Nothing. "It's dead," Claire said quietly. Marcus looked around the clearing, then back down at the phone. "Not necessarily." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small power bank with a charging cable wrapped around it. Sam gave a short laugh. "Of course you brought that." Marcus shrugged. "Habit." He crouched again and brushed more dirt off the phone before plugging the cable in. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screen lit faintly, a charging symbol appeared. Everyone leaned closer without meaning to. Marcus set the phone carefully on the ground between us. "Give it a minute," he said. So we waited. The woods were quiet in that strange way forests get when the wind stops. Not silent exactly, just muted. The occasional creak of branches shifting somewhere deeper in the trees, a bird calling far off in the distance. But the clearing itself felt strangely still. Sam paced a few steps away, kicking at loose dirt. "This proves he was here," he said. That's all." Claire didn't answer. Her eyes stayed fixed on the phone. Marcus crouched beside it, arms resting on his knees. I noticed he kept glancing at the shallow pit beside us, like he was expecting something to change while we waited. I tried not to look at it. After a few minutes, the phone vibrated softly. The screen came fully to life. Marcus picked it up and unlocked it. The lock screen was cracked badly, but it still responded. He opened Ethan's files. There weren't many recent ones, just a handful of photos, and one audio recording. The timestamp showed it had been made 5 nights ago. Marcus looked at us. "This has to be from when he was here." Sam crossed his arms again. "Then play it." Marcus hesitated for a second. Then, he tapped the file. The recording started with a soft rush of static, then the sound of dirt moving, shoveling, and metal blades scraping through soil. The rhythm was uneven, as if Ethan had been digging quickly, then stopping to catch his breath. For a while, the only sounds were that and the forest around him. Heavy breathing, dirt shifting, the dull thud of the shovel hitting something harder beneath the surface. Claire's hand moved to her mouth, because we all recognized that sound. Marcus turned up the volume slightly. On the recording, Ethan stopped digging. There was a pause. Then his voice, breathless and excited. "I found it again." The 4 of us looked at each other. The recording went quiet. For several seconds, there was nothing except Ethan breathing into the phone microphone. Then, something else. A faint movement, a scraping sound under the dirt, like something shifting beneath the ground. Sam frowned. "What is that?" No one answered. On the recording, Ethan moved closer to whatever he'd uncovered. His breathing grew louder, closer to the microphone. Then he spoke again. His voice had changed, lower, unsteady. "You remember us?" The sentence made the clearing feel suddenly colder. For a moment, there was nothing. Then the audio warped slightly, like interference had passed through the microphone. A low vibration hummed through the recording, and underneath it, a voice, so faint it almost blended into the static. Marcus turned the volume up all the way. The words were barely there, distorted, but we could still make them out. "You opened the door." Claire made a small sound beside me. The recording crackled sharply. Then it stopped. For a few seconds, none of us moved. Marcus was still holding the phone out in front of him, like the audio might start playing again if he waited long enough. It didn't. The woods felt different now. I think it collectively dawned on us how far removed we were from safety. Sam was the first to speak. "That could be anything," he said quickly. His voice sounded a little too loud in the clearing. "Audio glitches happen all the time. Phones pick up weird background noise." No one responded. Marcus slowly lowered the phone. "You heard what it said," he muttered. Sam shook his head. "I heard something that sounded like words." Claire was staring at the shallow pit again. "What if we've been remembering this wrong the whole time?" she said. Sam sighed. "Claire, no, listen." She stepped closer to the disturbed ground. "What if we didn't find it?" Sam frowned. "What?" Claire looked back at us. "What if it found us?" The question hung in the air. Marcus slowly nodded. That's kind of what it felt like. Sam looked between us like we'd all suddenly lost our minds. You're seriously going to jump to that conclusion because of a creepy voice recording? Marcus ignored him. I keep remembering something, he said. He rubbed to the back of his neck. That day, when we were digging. Claire turned toward him. What? Marcus looked down at the collapsed pit. Ethan leaned into the hole. He was talking. You already told us that, Sam said. Sam shifted uncomfortably, like he'd been holding something back. All this unanswered energy was breaking him down, and he was at his breaking point. Sam hesitated. Then he said something quieter. There's something I remember too. We all looked at him. Sam stared at the ground while he spoke. After we left the clearing, none of us interrupted. We were all freaked out, right? Just trying to get back to the bikes. Marcus nodded slightly. Yeah. Sam continued. I remember we were walking down the trail in a line. Marcus in front, the rest of us behind him. That leaves Ethan last, Claire said. Sam nodded. Yeah. He looked up at us. And the whole way back. He paused. Ethan didn't say a single word. Marcus frowned. So? Sam shook his head. You don't get it. He pointed back toward the clearing behind us. That kid never shut up. Even when we were scared, even when we were running, Ethan always had something to say. But that day, he just walked behind us the whole way home. Sam swallowed. Claire crossed her arms. Does that mean anything? Sam looked at her. Maybe. Then he added quietly, but he felt different. None of us asked him to explain what he meant, because in that moment, I realized something uncomfortable. I remembered that feeling too. The four of us stood around the shallow pit, the phone still in Marcus's hand, the broken shovel lying half buried beside it. The clearing felt smaller than it had a few minutes ago, like the trees had leaned in a little closer without us noticing. Sam kicked a loose clump of dirt into the hole. Look, he said, his voice tight. Even if Ethan came back here and dug this up again, that doesn't mean... But he didn't finish the sentence, because something had been bothering me since we listened to that recording. A small detail that kept turning over in my head. I looked at Marcus. When Ethan leaned into the hole, I said slowly, You said he was talking. Marcus nodded. Yeah. And something answered. That's what I remember. I looked at the collapsed pit again, the loose soil, the broken shovel, Ethan digging 5 nights ago, finding it again. A strange thought began forming in the back of my mind. At first it felt ridiculous, the kind of idea you immediately push away because it doesn't fit how the world is supposed to work. But the more I tried to ignore it, the clearer it became. Claire noticed the look on my face. What is it? She asked. I hesitated. Then I said it. What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way? Sam let out a tired breath. Please don't say something like it's cursed or haunted or... What if we didn't just find something buried? I said. That got his attention. Sam frowned. What do you mean? I gestured toward the hole. We always talked about it like we dug something up, like we uncovered something that was already there. Marcus was watching me closely. And? He asked. I swallowed. What if that's not what happened? The words felt strange even as I said them. What if we opened something instead? Claire's expression shifted. You mean like a container? I shook my head slowly. No. Something colder than the morning air moved through me as the thought finally locked into place. Like a door. No one laughed. No one even argued, because we had all heard the same words on Ethan's recording. You opened the door. Sam stared at the pit. That's not... But he stopped again, because suddenly something else made sense. Something Marcus had said earlier. Ethan leaning down into the hole, listening and talking. Marcus spoke quietly. If it was a door, I finished the thought for him, then something could have come through. The clearing fell silent again. Sam shook his head, but the movement looked weak. That's insane. Is it? Claire asked. She nodded toward the phone still in Marcus's hand. We heard something talking. Sam didn't answer. Marcus looked down at the disturbed earth. Ethan kept coming back here, he said, over and over. Claire hugged her arms around herself. Maybe he remembered something we didn't. A memory surfaced suddenly in my mind of the way Ethan had stayed behind us the whole time. Quiet. I felt a slow, creeping realization settle over me. We had opened something, and whatever had been inside hadn't stayed there. It had followed us out of the woods, followed us all the way back to town. But not with all of us. Just one. I looked at the others and finally said the thing none of us had considered before. It didn't stay in the ground, I said. My voice sounded distant in my own ears. It came with us. Claire's eyes widened. Marcus went very still. Sam whispered, "What are you saying?" I looked down at the pit, then back toward the trail that led out of the woods, toward the life Ethan had lived for the past 20 years. We let something out, I said. No one spoke, because the rest of the thought had already reached all of us at the same time. It hadn't followed Marcus or Claire, Sam or me. It had chosen someone else, someone who had leaned down into the hole, someone who had spoken back. Ethan. The idea sat there between us, heavy and impossible to move around. Sam shook his head slowly. "No," he said under his breath. "No, that still doesn't explain why he..." He stopped. Marcus looked up. Why he what? Sam gestured vaguely toward the town behind the trees. Why he killed himself. The words sounded wrong the moment he said it, because suddenly, looking at the disturbed earth in front of us, it didn't fit anymore. Claire said it first, very quietly. What if he didn't? Sam frowned. What? Claire nodded toward the pit. He came back here. Marcus glanced at the broken shovel, the empty beer cans, the phone buried in the dirt. Then he looked at the hole again. Understanding crept slowly across his face. "Oh," he said. My stomach dropped, because the same thought had already hit me. Ethan hadn't come out here to remember. He had come back for one reason. To finish something. I looked at the collapsed pit, the ground that had been dug open and then closed again, like someone had tried to force it shut. The realization landed all at once. Ethan hadn't killed himself. He had come back to the woods, back to the place where we opened it. To put it back. Sam finally broke the silence. "So that's it," he said. "He just came out here and tried to bury it again?" Marcus didn't answer. Claire slumped her shoulders in defeat. "It doesn't make sense," she said quietly. "What doesn't?" Sam asked. "If it attached to him," she said, "why come back here at all?" No one had an answer to that. We'd come to a logical dead end, having exhausted all our testimony and found evidence. With barely a word, we'd decided to head back to somehow process all this in future therapy sessions. We'd almost reached the edge of the clearing when all 4 of our phones vibrated at the same time. The sound was so sudden it made Claire jump. Sam pulled his phone out first. "What the?" Marcus was already looking at his screen. I checked mine. We had all received the same message. From Ethan. For a moment, none of us moved. The timestamp said the message had been sent 5 nights ago, but the delivery notification just read now. Marcus looked back toward the trees behind us. "No signal in the clearing," he said slowly. Claire nodded. Once we started walking, the message had finally gone through. Sam stared at the screen. "It's a video." Marcus took a moment for resolve and just said, "Put it on." Sam opened the message and turned the phone so we could all see. The video started shaky and dark. For a moment, it was just Ethan's flashlight beam moving across the trees. He was walking. You could hear leaves crunching under his shoes and his breathing in the microphone. Then he flipped the camera around. Ethan looked older than when I'd last seen him, thinner. His eyes looked tired, but there was something else there too. Relief. "Hey," he said to the camera. His voice sounded hoarse. "If you're watching this, it means I finally figured it out." He glanced over his shoulder into the trees behind him before continuing. "I know you guys probably think I've been losing it for the last few months." A faint smile crossed his face. "Honestly, I thought so too for a while." He walked a few more steps before stopping, the beam of his flashlight tilted downward. Dirt, the edge of a hole, the same clearing we were just standing in. But Ethan looked back into the camera. "It took me 20 years, he said, "but I finally understand what we found that day." He hesitated, then shook his head. "Actually, that's the first mistake. We didn't find it." His voice dropped slightly. "It found us." The woods were silent around us as we watched. Ethan continued. "It doesn't move, not really. It doesn't crawl out of the ground or chase people through the woods or anything like that." He looked down at the hole again. "It spreads. Through memory." A slow chill ran through me. Ethan ran a hand through his hair. "The day we dug that thing up, we all saw it. That's how it attaches." He looked back at the camera. "Seeing it is enough." Sam shifted beside me, but none of us looked away. Ethan continued. "The difference is you guys stopped thinking about it. You buried it." His expression tightened slightly. "I couldn't." He glanced toward the woods again, like he expected something to be standing there, listening. "That's why it stuck with me." Then Ethan said something that made my stomach drop. "And that's why I kept messaging you." Marcus whispered. "Jeez." On the video, Ethan nodded slightly like he could hear him. "I wasn't trying to catch up," he said. "I was testing something. He took a slow breath. I needed to know if you still remembered. The flashlight beam shifted as he moved the camera slightly. You see, it gets stronger when people remember it together. Every time someone thinks about it, every time someone talks about it. He gave a tired laugh. So every message I sent you, every time we tried to remember what happened that day. He shook his head. We were feeding it. No one spoke. The video continued to play in the quiet woods. Ethan looked straight into the camera now. That's the real problem. It doesn't want out of the ground. He gestured toward the hole behind him. It wants out of us. On the screen, Ethan turned the camera slightly, angling it toward the hole behind him. The beam of the flashlight lit the disturbed earth, the same patch of ground we were standing beside now. For a while, he said, I thought the only way to stop it was to forget. He let out a quiet breath. But that's not how it works. The camera shifted as he crouched near the edge of the pit. I tried, he continued. I stopped coming out here. I stopped thinking about it. He gave a small, humorless smile. But it didn't stop thinking about me. None of us moved as the video played. Ethan brushed dirt away with the side of his hand. I kept hearing it again, he said, in my dreams when I was awake. His voice had gone lower. Calling. He looked back into the camera, and then I realized something. The flashlight beam dipped toward the ground again. It's tied to this place. The hole. He gestured toward the disturbed soil. As long as this spot exists, the memory has somewhere to live. So, it came back. To finish it. He reached behind him and grabbed the shovel lying in the dirt. The metal edge scraped against the ground as he dragged it closer. I'm going to dig it up again, he said. Everything. Then he nodded towards something off camera, and I brought enough fuel to burn the rest. Claire sucked in a quiet breath beside me. Ethan looked back at the camera one last time. If the place is gone, the memory won't have anything to attach to. The video jolted as he set the phone down on the ground nearby. The camera angle tilted sideways, showing the edge of the pit and the dark outline of the trees beyond it. Then, he started digging. Shovel biting into dirt, soil shifting, heavy breathing between each movement. For nearly a minute, no one spoke in the video. Ethan just kept digging. Then, the shovel struck something. A dull, hollow clang echoed through the phone's speaker. Ethan froze. On the video, he leaned forward slightly, peering down into the hole. His breathing had slowed. I can hear it again, he said quietly. A faint distortion flickered through the audio. At first, it sounded like wind brushing against the microphone. Then, something else. A voice, so quiet it almost blended into the static. The words were impossible to fully make out, just a low whisper under the noise. Ethan's shoulders shifted. Then he shook his head sharply. No, he said. The whisper continued. Ethan leaned closer to the hole. You don't get them. Only me, he said firmly. For a second, the camera picked up a deeper vibration in the audio. Then the video cut to black. Tom's phone was still held out between us, the dark screen reflecting our faces back faintly. The woods around us felt unnaturally still, like everything had paused to let the last thing Ethan said settle in. Marcus was the first to look away. He stepped forward slowly, back to the clearing, the dry leaves under his shoes crunching louder than they should have. His eyes drifted back toward the collapsed pit in the middle of the clearing. When he reached the edge of the hole, he crouched down again. The broken shovel blade was still lying there where we'd found it earlier. Marcus picked it up. For a second, he just held it, staring into the loose dirt. Then, he started digging, like he already knew what he was going to find and didn't want to rush getting there. The metal edge scraped against the soil as he pulled it back toward himself. Dirt shifted and slid inward where the ground had collapsed earlier. Sam watched for a moment before finally saying, "Marcus." But Marcus kept going. Another shallow scoop of dirt pushed aside. The rest of us moved closer without meaning to. After a few seconds, the color of the soil started to change. At first, I thought it was just the lighting under the trees. Then Marcus paused and brushed the dirt aside with his hand. The ground beneath it was darker, almost black. Charred. Marcus wiped his palm against his jeans and dug again, pushing more of the loose soil away. The smell hit a second later, faint but unmistakable. Burnt wood. Claire stepped closer. "Oh," she whispered. Under the thin layer of fresh dirt, the ground was completely blackened, like it had been scorched. Pieces of something brittle and dark broke apart as the shovel edge touched them. Burnt wood fragments. Sam crouched beside him now. "Jeez," he muttered. Marcus uncovered another section. Something metallic caught the light. He pulled it free from the soil. The metal was twisted and warped, blackened by heat. The edges curled in strange directions like it had melted and hardened again. Marcus stared down at it for a long moment before slowly setting it aside. Then he brushed more dirt away with his hand. Everywhere beneath the loose earth was the same. Black soil, burned debris, ash worked deep into the ground. It wasn't the kind of damage you get from a small fire. Whatever Ethan had done here, it had burned hot enough to scar the earth itself. Claire's voice came quietly behind us. "He didn't just dig it up." Marcus shook his head slowly. "No." He looked down into the pit again, at the charred soil, at the fragments of whatever had once been buried here. Standing there in the clearing, looking down at the blackened ground where something terrible had once lived, I realized something that made my chest tighten. Ethan hadn't been trying to prove we were wrong. He had been trying to save us. Marcus was still kneeling at the edge of the pit, the broken shovel blade resting beside him. The charred earth beneath the dirt looked darker now that we'd uncovered more of it, like the ground itself had been permanently stained. Claire stepped forward quietly. She reached into a bag and pulled out the small wooden container. For a second, she just held it there, turning it slightly in her hands. No one asked what she was doing. She opened it. A thin grey dust shifted inside. Ethan. Claire walked to the edge of the pit. She didn't say anything, no speech or goodbye. She simply tilted the container forward. The ashes drifted down into the blackened soil, disappearing into the same burnt earth Ethan had carved open a few nights earlier. Marcus lowered his head slightly. It felt less like a funeral, and more like finishing something Ethan had started. The ashes had settled into the blackened soil, blending with the charred earth until there was no clear line between them. The clearing looked ordinary again now that the digging had stopped. Just another patch of dirt beneath the trees. Eventually, Marcus stood up. "Guess that's," Sam started, but the sentence faded out before he finished it. We turned toward the trail. Marcus took a few steps, then stopped. "Wait." We all looked back at him. He was staring at the pit again, his brow furrowed like he'd just remembered something important. "What did it look like?" he asked. Claire tilted her head. "What?" "That thing," Marcus said, gesturing vaguely toward the hole. "The thing we dug up." Sam opened his mouth, then paused. I tried to picture it, the object under the dirt, the shape we'd uncovered when we were 12, the thing Ethan had spent 20 years thinking about. But the harder I tried to focus on it, the more the details slipped away. Sam frowned. "I don't remember." Claire crossed her arms, staring into the pit. "It was something," she said slowly. "Metal?" Marcus asked. "Or wood?" Sam said. Claire looked at her hand. "No, that's not right." None of us could explain why. The shape was gone, the sound too. Even the voice we'd just heard on Ethan's recording felt distant now, like a dream you can only recall the feeling of. Something had happened here once, something bad, but the details had already started to dissolve. Marcus looked down at the burned ground one last time, then he nodded slightly, like he'd just accepted something. We left the clearing. The walk back through the woods felt shorter than it had that morning. None of us talked much. There wasn't really anything to say. About halfway down the trail, a strange thought crossed my mind. I couldn't remember why we'd come out here. I remembered the funeral. I remembered meeting at the diner afterward. I remembered Claire bringing Ethan's ashes. But the reason we had walked all the way into the woods, that part felt blurry now, like a story someone had told me once that I couldn't quite recall. Ahead of us, the trees began to thin. The old logging road appeared between them, and our cars waited where we'd left them. By the time we reached them, the woods were just the woods again, and whatever Ethan had saved us from, none of us could remember it anymore. I live in an older apartment building in the same town where I grew up. The place was built somewhere in the 1960s, back when everything was made out of concrete and steel. You can tell it's been patched up and repainted more times than anyone can count. Like many buildings from that era, it also has a shared basement. Down there, every apartment gets a small chain-link fence to keep whatever doesn't fit upstairs. Holiday decorations, old furniture, and junk. You can see into every cage from the aisle if you stand in the right place. Most tenants hardly go down there. I'm one of them. The only reason I went down that afternoon was that I needed to dig out a box of winter clothes I'd stored months earlier. The basement door is at the end of the hallway near the laundry room. It's always locked, but every tenant has a key. When I opened it, the familiar smell of damp and cardboard drifted up the stairs. I flicked on the lights and walked between the rows of storage cages until I reached mine near the back wall. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Then I noticed one of the boxes was on the floor. It had been sitting on the top shelf last time I'd been down here. I remembered putting it up there because it was filled with old books and weighed too much to keep moving around. Now, it was lying on its side near the front of the cage. I stood there for a moment, trying to remember. maybe I'd taken it down the last time I was here and forgot to put it back. That seemed like the simplest explanation. So I stepped inside, lifted the box back onto the shelf, and didn't think much more about it. I didn't go back down to the basement for a few weeks. I'd blown a fuse in my kitchen and needed a screwdriver to open the panel. Instead of driving to the hardware store, I remembered the toolbox I kept downstairs. The basement was quiet when I unlocked the door. Just the dim fluorescent lights humming overhead filled the silence. Nothing looked different from the last time I'd been there. I walked back to my unit and unlocked the padlock. The first thing I saw when I opened the gate was the toolbox. It was sitting on the floor in the middle of the cage. I stopped. That toolbox had been on the top shelf. I knew that for a fact because I remembered hauling it up there when I moved in. It was one of those heavy metal toolboxes filled with old tools from my dad's garage. It probably weighed 40 pounds. I stood there staring at it for a moment, trying to replay the last time I'd been down here. But this time it was recent enough to know I hadn't moved it. I stepped inside the cage and crouched down to pick it up. That's when I noticed a cluster of water pipes ran along the ceiling above the storage unit. In the summer, they always gathered condensation from the humidity in the basement. Yet, there were streaks running along them, long clear paths where the condensation had been wiped away. I thought maybe somebody had brushed against them, but the marks weren't random. They were long and narrow, and there were several of them running along the pipes in uneven lines. I stood there for a second, looking up at them. It almost looked like someone had dragged their fingers across the metal. Or something else. The thought crossed my mind for a moment before I laughed it off. Probably another tenant. I picked up the toolbox and set it back on the shelf. Then I grabbed the screwdriver I came for and headed upstairs, trying not to give it much more thought. I tried not to think about the basement again until a few days later. But the truth is, the image of those streaks in the pipes kept drifting back into my head at odd moments. Not enough to worry about, just enough that I found myself replaying the scene in my mind every now and then. Eventually, I went back down, partly because I wanted to grab a camping lantern from one of the boxes, mostly because I wanted to reassure myself that nothing strange was actually going on. The basement looked the same as always when I opened the door. Nothing moving and nothing out of place. I walked to my locker and unlocked the padlock. The moment I opened the gate, I knew something had changed again. A cardboard box near the front had a chunk torn out of one corner. Torn. The edge of the cardboard was ragged and damp looking, like something had chewed through it. I crouched down slowly. The hole was about the size of a fist. Inside the box were old clothes I hadn't worn in years. I stared at the torn edge for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it. Maybe mice? Basements get mice sometimes. But when I looked closer, the marks didn't look like rodent damage. The tears were too wide, the dents in the cardboard spaced too far apart. They looked like bite marks. I felt a small ripple of unease move through my stomach. I straightened up and started looking around the rest of the cage. That's when I noticed the plastic bin. One of the clear storage bins on the lower shelf had a rough hole chewed through the lid. The plastic edges were bent inward and cracked, like something had worked at it repeatedly. I lifted the lid. Inside were some old blankets and a jacket. The moment I picked up the jacket, I wrinkled my nose at the sharp stench of sweat and something metallic underneath it. I set it back down slowly. My heart had started beating faster now, a quiet rising tension you get when your brain hasn't figured something out yet, but your instincts already have. I scanned the rest of the locker. The jacket hanging on the wire wall caught my eye. It hadn't been there last time I came down. I stepped closer. The sleeves had been twisted together into a tight knot around the hanger, not loosely tangled, twisted over and over until the fabric had wound itself into a thick rope. I grabbed the sleeves and tried to pull them apart. They didn't move. Whoever had done it had twisted the fabric so tight it took me several minutes to slowly work the knot loose. I stood there holding the jacket when I heard the noise. A slow scrape somewhere behind the storage cages. I froze. The noise came again through the narrow spaces between the units. I held my breath, listening. The sound continued for another second. Then it stopped. I didn't wait for it to start again. I dropped the jacket back onto the shelf, stepped out of the cage, and locked the gate without taking my eyes off the dark rows of storage lockers around me. Then I walked quickly back to the stairs. By the time I reached the basement door, my heart was pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I didn't stop moving until I was back upstairs in the hallway. My heart was still racing, and I felt a little ridiculous standing there, breathing like I'd just run up a flight of stairs. Old basements make noise, pipes expand, metal shifts, things settle. But the bite marks on the box and the hole in the plastic bin kept replaying in my head. And that sound, the slow scraping between the storage cages. I told myself I was being stupid, but I walked down the hallway to the building manager's office anyway. Our building manager, Carl, lives in the ground floor apartment near the entrance. His door was open, and I knocked on the frame. He looked up from a small TV sitting on his kitchen counter. "Hey," he said, "what's up?" I hesitated for a second before answering. "Have you had anyone messing around in the basement lately?" Carl frowned slightly. "No? Why?" I explained what I found. The moved boxes, the hole in the bin, the strange marks on the cardboard. I left out the part about the scraping noise. Saying it out loud suddenly sounded too dramatic. Carl listened for a minute, then pushed himself up from the chair. "Let's go take a look." We walked back down the hallway together and unlocked the basement door. The lights flickered on the same way they always did. The storage cages looked exactly like they had 10 minutes earlier. Carl walked down the aisle between them, glancing casually into a few units. "Door's still locked," he said after a moment, pointing back toward the stairwell. "No sign anyone forced it." We stopped in my locker. I showed him the chewed box and the damaged bin. He crouched down to look at the cardboard for a second. "Probably mice," he said. "That big?" I asked. Carl shrugged. "Rats, maybe?" He stood and dusted off his hands. "Or another tenant moving stuff around. Happens all the time. People forget which unit is theirs and poke through a few before they realize." I looked around the basement again. It felt different standing there with someone else beside me. Less tense, less like something was hiding in the dark spaces between the cages. Carl clapped me lightly on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it," he said. "If it keeps happening, let me know." I nodded. "Yeah, okay." Walking back upstairs, I felt a little embarrassed for making it sound like something serious. It was probably just what Carl said, a rat, or someone moving things around and not remembering where they put them back. By the time I got back to my apartment, I'd almost convinced myself that was all it was. I stayed away from the basement for a while after that. because the whole thing had left me feeling a little foolish. Carl had looked around, found nothing, and explained it away in about 30 seconds. The longer I avoided thinking about it, the easier it was to believe him. Weeks passed before I had any reason to go back down. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was looking for a small folding table I'd stored when I moved in, something I could use on my balcony. I unlocked the basement door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Basements always smell a little stale, but this time there was something stronger mixed in with it. Not quite rot, not quite garbage, something animal. I paused at the bottom of the stairs. The lights flickered on overhead, revealing the same rows of storage cages stretching down the room. But something was different. I walked slowly down the aisle toward my locker, scanning the cages on either side. A section of fencing near the middle of the basement had been bent outward. Not cut, the wire had been forced apart in a wide, uneven hole big enough for someone to crawl through. I stopped and crouched down to look at it. The metal links were warped and twisted, like something had pushed through them with a lot of force. I stood there for a second, my mind automatically trying to picture what kind of tool someone would need to do that. Bolt cutters would leave clean edges. This wasn't clean. This looked like the metal had been torn open. I kept walking. 2 cages later, another hole appeared. Same thing, wire mesh bent outward from the inside. The uneasy feeling in my chest started creeping back. When I reached my locker, the gate was still locked. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the food box. I kept a few random things down here. Old camping supplies, some bottled water, and a couple of canned goods that had ended up in storage during a move. 2 of the cans were gone. Another one sat on the shelf with the top crushed inward. Crushed, like someone had squeezed the metal hard enough to split it open. I picked it up slowly. The lid had been forced inward in a jagged circle, the metal bent down into the can. My fingers brushed the edge and came away sticky. Empty. Something had eaten the contents. I set it back down and stepped out of the locker, looking around the basement again. That's when I noticed the pipes. A network of thick heating pipes ran along the ceiling above the storage cages, wrapped in pale insulation that had long since yellowed with age. Across one stretch were long dark streaks. Something had dragged itself along the insulation several times. The marks were irregular, smeared in places where whatever had moved across the pipes had shifted its weight. They ran along the length of the ceiling for nearly 15 feet before disappearing into a dark section of the basement. I followed them with my eyes until they ended near the far corner. That's where I saw the bones. A small pile of pale shapes tucked into the corner between 2 cages. Then I stepped closer. They were animal bones, small ones, probably from a rat or a bird. But they weren't just lying there. They were broken, snapped open down the middle. The ends splintered cleanly apart, like something had cracked them to get at the marrow. I stood there, staring at them, the smell in the basement suddenly making more sense. The thought that formed in my head felt ridiculous, but once it appeared, I couldn't push it away. Something was living down here, and whatever it wasn't acting like any sane person I could imagine. Back in my apartment, I was sitting on the couch watching TV when something below me made a dull, metallic rattle. Not loud enough to shake the floor, but enough that it carried up through the pipes and vents. I muted the television. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then it happened again. Metal brushing against metal somewhere in the basement. My stomach tightened immediately. I sat there, listening, trying to convince myself it was just the heating pipes expanding or someone moving something in their storage unit. But the sound came again, longer this time, dragging. I grabbed a flashlight and headed for the hallway before I fully decided to. The basement door was locked like always. I used my key and pushed it open slowly. The smell hit me first again, stronger now. The basement looked empty. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then I heard it, a low shuffling sound somewhere deeper in the rows. Something moving between the cages, crawling. The metal fencing rattled softly as whatever it was brushed against it. My heart started hammering. Then, I heard breathing, slow and heavy, somewhere past the third row of lockers. I didn't wait to see it. I backed toward the stairs as quietly as I could. I turned and ran up the stairs 2 at a time. Once I reached the hallway, I dialed Carl's number. It rang 5 times before going to voicemail. I tried again, same result. I stood there for a minute, staring at the phone. Finally, I left a message. "Hey Carl, it's me from 3B. Something's definitely living in the basement. I think it might be an animal or something that got in through the foundation. You should probably call animal control or someone to take a look before it gets worse." I hung up and waited a few seconds. Nothing. Carl worked at early mornings. If he was already asleep, he probably wouldn't hear the message until the next day. Standing there in the hallway, I tried to calm myself down. Maybe it really was some large animal that had found its way inside, a raccoon or a stray dog, something that had been living off the food in the storage lockers. Still, the sounds I'd heard downstairs didn't feel like an animal. They felt heavier, smarter too. But saying that out loud would make me sound insane. Carl would check the message in the morning. If it really was an animal, animal control could deal with it. I told myself that was the end of it. But lying in bed that night, I kept replaying the sound of something crawling between those cages. The next morning, I heard back from Carl. "This is outside my scope of duties. Send some pictures so I can escalate this." It was short and official sounding, different from how he normally talked. I could only take it as him being dismissive, ready to pass on the responsibilities. So, I had to go back down to the basement. The basement lights flickered on, and I was greeted by the usual row of cages. But now that I knew what I was looking for, I started noticing things I'd missed before. The bent fencing made a path, so I followed the damage more seriously into the basement. One cage led to another, each one connected by a hole where the metal had been bent outward. The holes lined up in a rough path that ran through the middle of the storage rows. A route. I crouched down and stepped through one of the openings, careful not to catch my jacket on the twisted wire. Inside the neighboring cage, more boxes had been opened. A suitcase sat half unzipped on the floor, clothes spilled out across the concrete. I moved through another hole in the fencing, then another. Each cage looked more disturbed than the last. Boxes torn open, food containers scattered. The smell from before was stronger here. Sweat and metal, something stale and sour hanging in the air. Eventually, the trail ended in a storage unit near the back corner of the basement. I thought the cage was empty. Then, I saw the pile. Clothes were stacked in the middle of the floor. Shirts, jackets, towels, blankets, dozens of them, arranged into uneven towers that rose nearly 3 feet high. I stood there, staring at them. The stacks were careful, each piece of clothing folded and placed on top of the next like someone had spent hours arranging them. Next to the clothes were empty food containers, plastic tubs and water bottles, a few crushed cans. They had all been gathered together in a neat cluster against the wall. The realization crept slowly into the back of my mind. This wasn't random. Something had been organizing this space, living in it. It didn't look like they were arranging for storage. It looked like a nest. I took another step into the cage. The floor was littered with small objects pulled from other storage units, flashlights, gloves, and various tools. Beyond the useful things, there were a few oddities. A child's stuffed animal, stray parts of sports equipment, all of them arranged in little stacks like the clothing, ordered, almost ritualistic. My eyes drifted up to the wall behind the piles. That's when I saw the handprints. At first, I thought it was dirt smeared on the concrete. Then I stepped closer. They were prints, dozens of them, dark smudged impressions pressed into the dust along the wall. But they weren't all upright. Some were sideways, some upside down. A few were so high in the wall they were nearly touching the ceiling pipes, like someone had climbed the concrete and braced themselves there. I stood frozen in the middle of the cage, staring at the wall, trying to picture what kind of animal would leave handprints like that. And for the first time since this started, I wasn't thinking about animals anymore. I don't know how long I stood there staring at the wall, long enough that the basement felt quieter than it should have. I forced myself to look away from the handprints. The cage felt wrong now, too small, too enclosed. I started backing toward the opening in the fencing, careful not to bump the pile of clothes in the center of the floor. That's when something on the ground caught my eye. A spoon. Just a normal kitchen spoon lying on the concrete near the edge of the cage. For a moment, I stared at it, trying to figure out why it felt out of place. Then I picked it up. The handle had been bent almost completely in half, like someone had taken both ends and slowly forced the metal inward. I turned it over in my hand. The bowl of the spoon was scratched and dull, like it had been scraped against metal repeatedly. The idea started creeping into my mind before I could stop it. Animals didn't use spoons. I looked back at the pile of food containers. One of the cans sat slightly apart from the others. I crouched down and picked it up. The lid wasn't crushed like the others I'd seen before. Instead, it had been punctured cleanly along the edge and peeled back in a rough circle. Something thin and sharp had been worked around the lid until it came loose. My brain started trying to connect the pieces, the handprints, the organized piles of clothing, the open cans. For the first time since I'd come down here, a different possibility started forming in my head, something that made the room suddenly feel even colder. That's when I heard the noise. A sudden shift of metal somewhere behind me, the sound of something brushing hard against the wire cages. I spun around and snapped the flashlight up. The beam swept across the rows of lockers behind me, and my worst fears met me. For a split second, it caught something. Two pale reflections staring back at me from the dark between the cages. Eyes low to the ground. The shape around them moved fast. Something thin and grey slipped backward through the wire maze and vanished into the darkness between the storage units. My body reacted before my brain did. I dropped the spoon. The clang of it hitting the floor echoed off the concrete walls. Then, I ran. I shoved through the bent fencing, nearly tearing my jacket on the twisted wire as I scrambled through the cages. Behind me, I thought I heard movement again, fast, scrambling, following me. I didn't look back. I sprinted down the aisle between the storage rows, burst through the basement door, and didn't stop running until I was back inside my apartment with the door locked behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down, and all I could picture in my mind were those eyes staring at me from the dark between the cages. I sat in my apartment for almost an hour. To keep myself sane, I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a raccoon or something that had gotten into the basement. Animals can look strange when a flashlight catches their eyes at the wrong angle. But the more I replayed what I'd seen, the less that explanation worked. It had moved too fast, too deliberately. It was too big for anything known in my area. And those handprints on the wall. Eventually, I came to realize something else. This wasn't something I could deal with myself. After seeing whatever that thing was in the cages, I knew I was out of my depth. So, with all I could show without looking crazy, I called the police. The dispatcher asked a few questions. I tried to keep the story grounded while I explained it. "I think someone might be living in the basement of my building," I said. That was easier to say than, "There's something moving down there." Animal control is equipped to deal with small animals, maybe feral dogs, but this seemed too much for them to handle, so the police felt like the right choice. 2 officers arrived about 20 minutes later. I met them in the hallway outside the basement door. Both of them looked like they'd been expecting something minor, maybe a trespasser or a complaint about noise. But looking at the gun on their hips, I hoped they would react appropriately if things got dangerous. "All right," one of them said. "You're the one who called?" "Yeah." "You think someone's down there?" "I'm pretty sure something is," I said. "I've been hearing movement for weeks." They asked a few more questions, then one of them nodded toward the door. "You got the key?" I held it up. The truth was, part of me wished they'd just go down there without me. Let them check it out while I waited upstairs, but the other part of me knew I had to show them where everything was. The cages, the holes in the fencing, the nest. So, I unlocked the door. The 3 of us stepped down the basement stairs together. The fluorescent lights flickered on as we reached the bottom. The basement looked exactly as it had earlier that day. Rows of storage cages stretching into the dim corners of the room, dust hanging in the air, nothing moving. One of the officers swept a flashlight slowly across the aisle between the units. "You said you heard movement back here?" "Yeah," I said quietly, "toward the back corner." We started walking. The officers moved carefully, the lights scanning across the wire fencing and stacked boxes inside the cages. One of them stopped when he saw the first hole in the mesh. "What happened here?" "I didn't do that," I said. "Those started showing up a few weeks ago." He leaned closer to inspect the twisted metal. "Looks like it was forced open." "That's what I thought." We kept moving deeper into the rows. Soon we reached the section where the cages connected into that strange crawl route I'd followed earlier. The piles of clothes were still there, the stacks of random objects, the nest. The second officer let out a low whistle. "Someone's definitely been staying down here." I opened my mouth to explain the handprints on the wall. That's when something moved. A sudden metallic rattle echoed through the cages to our right. All 3 flashlights snapped in that direction. Something darted across the floor inside one of the storage units, too fast to make out clearly. "Hey!" one of the officers shouted. The shape scrambled through one of the holes in the fencing and vanished into the neighboring cage. Boxes tipped over as it passed, metal shelves rattled. Then something heavy dropped from one storage unit into another. The sound echoed through the basement. I caught a glimpse of it when the flashlight swept across the aisles. For a split second, the beam illuminated a thin shape moving through the cages. It was filthy, its clothes hanging off him in loose grey layers that looked like they'd been scavenged from half the lockers in the basement. Its body was unnaturally thin, but the way it moved was what made my brain struggle to process it. It was on all fours, crawling. One hand hugged around the wire mesh as it pulled itself through a hole in the fencing with shocking speed. Then it climbed straight up the side of a storage shelf, moving with a quick, practiced motion like it had done it hundreds of times before. The flashlight caught its face for a brief moment. Sunken eyes, skin stretched tight across sharp cheekbones. And the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place to paint a morbid picture. It wasn't a creature. It was a man. He dropped down into another unit and disappeared into the dark rows beyond. One of the officers started after him, but the maze of cages slowed him down immediately. "Stop!" he shouted, but the sounds of movement were already fading, scraping metal, shifting boxes. Then silence again. The basement went still. The officer stood there for a moment, listening. Finally, one of them turned back toward me. "Well," he said, breathing a little harder now. "You were right, someone had been living in the basement. And judging by the pile of food containers, the twisted wire cages, and the strange tunnels running between the lockers, he'd been living here for months." We searched the basement for almost 40 minutes, checking every storage cage and every corner behind the rows of lockers, but the holes in the fencing connected more units than anyone realized, and whoever he was had clearly been moving through them for a long time. The officers didn't find him. Eventually, one of the officers told me they were calling it in. Within half an hour, 2 more patrol cars showed up outside the building. They cleared the basement completely and told everyone in the building to stay inside their apartments while they searched again. I sat on my couch, listening to the muffled sounds of voices and boots moving through the hallway and down the stairs. At one point, there was a loud crash from below, then shouting, the sound of metal rattling violently. I didn't see what happened, but about 10 minutes later, I heard someone being dragged up the basement stairs. I opened my apartment door just a few inches and looked into the hallway. 2 officers were pulling the man between them. He was thinner than I realized when I saw him in the basement. His clothes hung off him in layers of mismatched jackets and shirts that had obviously come from different storage lockers. His face was gaunt, eyes wide. He thrashed against the officers as they pulled him toward the building entrance. Just fighting. Wild, desperate movements, like an animal trying to tear itself free. It took 3 officers to keep him under control long enough to get him outside. The hallway went quiet after that. A while later, one of the officers knocked on my door. I opened it. "We got him," he said. "Where was he?" "Hidden inside one of the cages behind some boxes," he said. "He tried to run when we cornered him." The officer rubbed the back of his neck. "Guy fought pretty hard. Took a few of us to get him out of there." I nodded, still trying to process everything. "So, that's it?" I asked. He gave a small shrug. "Yeah, basement should be safe now." He paused for a moment before adding, "We took a look around down there while we were searching." "What do you mean?" "There were food containers everywhere," he said. "Canned goods, snacks, stuff like that. Looks like he'd been taking things from the lockers." I thought about the crushed cans and the open boxes I'd seen over the last few weeks. "Thing is," the officer continued, "most of it was gone." "Gone?" He nodded. Looked like he was just about out. The officer gave me a reassuring smile. Good thing you called when you did. After he left, I stood in the hallway for a minute before closing my door again. Everyone kept saying the same thing, that it was over, that the basement was safe now. But lying awake later that night, all I could think about was the piles of empty cans I'd seen stacked in that storage cage and how carefully they'd been arranged. If the police hadn't come when they did, if the man down there had run out of food completely, I kept wondering what he would have done next, because the basement was almost out of food, but the building above it was full of people. The moving truck backed into the gravel drive just as the late afternoon sun slanted through the oaks, turning the old Victorian farmhouse gold and shadow. I killed the engine and sat there for a second, keys still in my hand, watching dust settle around the tires. 6 months since Sarah's accident, and this was the first place that didn't feel like a temporary crash pad. Sophie was already out of the car, sneakers crunching on the stones, pointing at the wraparound porch like she'd discovered a castle. "Dad, look, there's a swing." I forced a smile. "Yeah, Bug, we can fix it up." Money was tight. Sarah's life insurance had covered the funeral and the first few months, but not much else. The house had come to me through a will left by her grandmother, Eleanor, who'd raised Sarah alone after her husband walked out. Eleanor had died 5 years ago, leaving the place untouched. We couldn't afford much else, and the realtor said the market was soft. Renovate, sell, start over somewhere smaller, somewhere brighter. That was the plan. Inside, the air smelled of old wood and faint lavender. The wallpaper was peeling in long curls, the hardwood floor scratched from decades of feet. Sophie ran from room to room, claiming the one with the window seat as hers. I let her. She needed something to be excited about. That first night, we ordered pizza because the kitchen was still half-boxed. Sophie ate 3 slices, sauce on her chin, and asked for a story before bed. "Tell me about Grandma Eleanor," she said, tugging the quilt up to her chin. "Mommy said she was the best mommy ever." I hesitated. Sarah had always spoken of Eleanor with a mix of fondness and something sharper, something she never quite named. I pulled the rocking chair closer. "She was very careful," I said. "She loved your mom a lot, made sure she had everything she needed." Sophie's eyes were wide. "Did she tuck Mommy in every night?" "Yeah," I said, "every night." She smiled, satisfied, and fell asleep holding my hand. Later, while unpacking the hallway closet, I found a small photo album tucked behind a stack of moth-eaten coats. The cover was cracked leather. I opened it. The first picture was black and white. Eleanor, maybe 30, sitting at a kitchen table with a young Sarah, 5 or 6, on her lap. Eleanor was smiling, but the smile was too wide, lips stretched thin over teeth, eyes bright and unblinking. Sarah's face was pinched. Her mouth was open, a spoonful of something halfway in. Eleanor's hand was firm on the back of Sarah's head, pressing the spoon forward. The caption, written in neat cursive: "Good girls finish their supper." I stared at it too long. The smile didn't reach Eleanor's eyes. It was the kind of smile you give when you're trying to prove something to yourself. I closed the album and shoved it back on the shelf. Creepy family history, nothing more. Downstairs, the house settled around me. Old timbers creaking, wind moving through the eaves. I told myself it was just grief making everything feel heavier. Sophie was asleep. We were here. We were going to be okay. I turned off the kitchen light and went to bed, telling myself the faint smell of milk and bleach in the hallway was just the old house. It had to be. For the first time in months, I let myself hope that maybe, just maybe, this place could be a second chance. The renovation started small, ripping up the peeling linoleum in the kitchen, pulling down the water-damaged drywall in the hallway. I figured we'd patch things up enough to sell the place by summer. Sophie helped where she could, handing me tools with serious little nods, proud to be Daddy's helper. On the third day, I pried open a section of baseboard under the main staircase to check for rot. Behind the trim was a narrow panel, nailed shut and painted over years ago. I worked the crowbar until it popped free with a dry crack. Inside was a crawl space, barely 3 feet high, dark and dusty, smelling faintly of milk gone sour and something chemical. A few old jars and a child's shoe sat inside the opening. I stared at it for a long moment, then nailed the panel back in place. I told myself I'd deal with it later. The house was full of weird little corners. That night, I went to bed exhausted, Sophie already asleep down the hall. I left the bedroom door cracked the way she liked it, and sleep came fast. I woke at 2:57 a.m. The digital clock glowed red on the nightstand. The room was cold, colder than it should have been with the heat running. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. And that's when I saw her. She stood at the foot of the bed, too tall for the ceiling, her head bent slightly forward so the crown nearly brushed the plaster. Thin as a coat hanger under a long, stained nightgown that hung to the floor. The fabric was yellowed, streaked with old stains and something darker. Her face was pale, almost grey. But the smile was the worst part. Lips stretched too wide, too many teeth showing, gums pulled back like she was trying to prove how happy she was. She didn't move at first, just watched me. Then she stepped closer, silent, no creak of floorboards, and reached down. Her hands were long, fingers knobby and white. She took the edge of the quilt and gently, carefully, tucked it around my shoulders, smoothing it flat against my chest like I was a child. "Good boys need their rest," she whispered. Her voice was soft, almost sweet, but it carried an echo that didn't belong in the room, like it came from farther away than the foot of the bed. She lingered a second longer, smile fixed, then turned and walked out. The hallway light was off, but I saw her silhouette pass through the open doorway and disappear towards Sophie's room. I sat there, heart hammering, sweat cold on my back. Sleep paralysis, I told myself, brief hallucination. I'd read about it, widowers seeing their wives, parents seeing lost kids. This wasn't Sarah. This was something else. I lay back down, pulled the blanket tighter, and stared at the ceiling until the clock hit 3:15 and the cold eased. The next morning, Sophie was already at the kitchen table, eating cereal, humming to herself. I poured coffee with shaking hands. "Sleep okay, bug?" She nodded, spoon halfway to her mouth. "A nice tall lady tucked me in." I froze. She said, "Good girls need their rest." Sophie smiled, milk on her upper lip. She has a really big smile, like this. She stretched her mouth wide with her fingers, showing all her teeth. My stomach dropped. I looked toward the hallway. The crawl space under the stairs was still nailed shut, Nothing had moved. I forced a laugh, thin and unconvincing. Must have been a dream, kiddo. Sophie shrugged and went back to her cereal. I stood there, coffee going cold in my mug, staring at the closed panel. The house had been empty for years before we moved in. No one else had lived here since Eleanor died. The second night came quieter than the first. I'd left every light in the house burning. Hallway, bathroom, Sophie's nightlight shaped like a star, even the porch bulb outside. I told myself it was for comfort. Sophie had asked why we were camping with lights, and I said it was because the house was old and we were chasing away the dark. She accepted it like kids do. I went to bed at 10, exhausted from prying up more floorboards and patching drywall. Sophie was already asleep, her door cracked open. I left mine the same way. I woke at 2:57 a.m. The room was cold again, colder than last night. I sat up fast, heart already racing before I even knew why. She was in the doorway, taller than before, head bent to clear the frame, nightgown hanging like a wet cloth. The smile was wider, lips stretched so far I could see the dark line where her gums met teeth. Too many of them, overlapping like broken tiles. She didn't speak at first, just watched with those bright, unblinking eyes. Then she moved. She crossed the room in 3 long steps and reached for me. Her hand clamped around my jaw, fingers like cold iron, impossibly strong. I tried to pull away, my neck strained, muscles burning, but she held me still as if I were a doll. With her other hand, she produced a chipped porcelain bowl from nowhere, old floral pattern, the kind Eleanor would have used. Inside was cold milk and torn hunks of white bread, sodden and dripping. "Good boys finish their supper," she whispered, voice soft and sing-song. She forced my mouth open. I tasted the milk first, sour, too cold, coating my tongue. Then the bread, wet, heavy, was shoved in until it filled my cheeks. I gagged, tried to spit, but a grip tightened. Fingers dug into my jaw hinges, forcing my teeth apart wider. I thrashed. My left hand clawed at her wrist, skin smooth, unnaturally cool, with no give. My right hand swung wild, catching the bedpost. 2 fingers bent backward with a sick snap. Pain exploded up my arm, white hot. She kept feeding. Bread after bread, milk poured straight down my throat. I choked, coughed, milk bubbling out of my nose. My stomach heaved. I tried to scream, but nothing came but wet gurgles. The bowl emptied. She set it aside and smiled wider, teeth gleaming in the clock light. "Good boy," she said. "All done." She released me. I fell forward, vomiting onto the sheets. Milk, bread, bile. My broken fingers throbbed, useless. I gasped, wretched again, tears streaming. From the hallway came small footsteps. Sophie appeared in the doorway, rubbing her eyes, hair wild from sleep. "Daddy?" She saw the mess, the spilled milk pooling on the floor, the vomit, my shaking hands clutching the sheets. The smiling woman was gone. No sound of retreat, no creak of stairs, just gone. I wiped my mouth with the back of my arm, forced my voice steady. "It's okay, Bug. Just a nightmare. I had a bad dream and got sick." Sophie's eyes were wide. She looked at the milk, the broken fingers I was trying to hide, the soaked sheets. "Was it the tall lady?" she asked quietly. My heart stopped. I swallowed bile. "No, sweetie, just a bad dream. Go back to bed. I'll clean up." She hesitated, then nodded slowly and padded back down the hall. I sat there in the dark, broken fingers curled against my chest, tasting sour milk and fear. The smile hadn't wavered once. Not when she fed me, not when I fought, not when I vomited. It never wavered. And now I knew it could kill me. Not with claws or teeth. With care, with good boys finish their supper. I looked towards Sophie's room. The hallway light flickered once, then stayed steady. I didn't sleep again that night. I just sat up, broken hand cradled in my lap, listening for footsteps that didn't come. The morning after the force feeding, I could only taste sour milk and bile, no matter how much I brushed my teeth. Sunlight poured through the bedroom curtains in thin, dusty bars. My hand was a swollen purple mess, fingers taped crookedly with electrical tape, throbbing every time my heart beat. The sheets were stiff with dried vomit and spilled milk, the room still smelling faintly of sour dairy and fear. I sat up slowly, ribs aching from where I'd hit the floor, and looked at the clock. 7:42 a.m. The room felt normal, no cold spots or whispers. Daylight had come, and the house felt quiet, like any other old farmhouse on a sunny morning. I exhaled hard. Maybe the thing only came at night. Maybe it was tied to the dark, to the hours when grief and exhaustion made everything feel realer than it should. If that was true, if daylight was safe, then we could leave, right now, before sunset. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, ignored the sharp pain in my hand, and started moving. I packed light, one duffel for me, clothes, Sophie's meds, the little cash I had left, her birth certificate, and my phone charger. Another for her. Pajamas, stuffed animals, the blanket she couldn't sleep without. I worked fast, quiet, listening for any creak that didn't belong. Sophie was still asleep in her room. I cracked the door, watched the chest rise and fall under the quilt, then closed it softly. Downstairs, I zipped the bags, set them by the front door, and went back up to wake her. She blinked awake, hair a wild halo, rubbing her eyes with both fists. "Hey, Bug," I said, keeping my voice light, even though my hand screamed when I lifted a blanket. "We're going on a surprise adventure trip today. Like camping, but in a motel with a pool. Pack your favorite toys and pajamas. Quick, okay? We're leaving soon." Her face lit up like Christmas. "A pool? Really?" "Really. Adventure starts today. Go on, pack fast." She scrambled out of bed, giggling, and ran to a toy chest. I heard her talking to a stuffed rabbit about the big trip as I hurried back downstairs. I loaded the car in the driveway, duffels in the trunk, Sophie's car seat buckled in the back. The morning air was crisp, birds chirping, sun climbing higher. No shadows moved wrong. Just a normal day. I slammed the trunk shut and called toward the house. "Sophie, come on, Bug, time to go." Silence. I called again, louder. "Sophie, adventure's waiting." Nothing. A small, cold prickle started at the base of my neck. I stepped back inside, voice sharper now. "Sophie!" The hallway was empty. Her backpack lay at the bottom of the stairs, empty, toys scattered across the floor like they'd been dropped in a hurry. A single milky white footprint, still fresh, led from the bottom step up into the shadowed landing above. I froze. From the darkness at the top of the stairs came a soft, wet sound. Drip, drip, drip. Then a voice. Not Sophie's, but close enough to twist my guts, sweet and sing-song, echoing down the stairwell. Grandma says, naughty boys don't get to play with their toys. The air turned cold. I looked up. She stood at the top landing, taller than the ceiling allowed, head bent forward, nightgown dripping sour milk onto the wood. Her smile stretched wider than yesterday, teeth gleaming in the morning light that shouldn't have reached her. Naughty boy, she whispered, trying to run away with my new baby. A long arm lashed out, faster than anything that tall should move. It caught me across the chest and slammed me backward. I hit the stairs hard, tumbling down in a tangle of limbs and pain. My broken fingers smashed against the railing. Fresh agony exploded up my arm. I landed at the bottom in a heap, gasping. From upstairs, Sophie's excited laugh cut off mid-tone, sharp and sudden, like a switch flipped. The front door slammed shut behind me with a sound like bones breaking. The lock clicked, the windows fogged over from the inside. All exits sealed. I lay on the floorboards, staring up at the ceiling, chest heaving, hand throbbing. Sophie was silent. I searched the house like a man possessed. Every closet, under every bed, behind every curtain. I called Sophie's name until my throat felt like sandpaper. Nothing. No sign of her, except that abandoned backpack at the bottom of the stairs, toys scattered like she'd been playing one second and gone the next. Then I saw the footprints. Small, perfect child-sized prints made of sour milk leading from the stairs straight to the sealed crawlspace panel under the landing. The milk was still fresh, still glistening on the wood. I dropped to my knees and pressed my ear against the painted panel. Faint breathing, slow, shallow, but alive. Sophie, I whispered, voice cracking. Bug, I'm here. Daddy's here. The soft, muffled sound came back. Her breathing hitched, like she was trying not to cry. Then the voice rolled through the house, gentle and patient, the way my own grandmother used to speak when I was small and scraped my knee. Good boys stay and learn, dear. Behave yourself, and you'll get your toy back. The hallway lights flickered once, and in front of me was a tattered paper note. 3 sentences were on it, written in neat, looping cursive like a grandmother's birthday card. Finish everything Grandma puts on your plate. Waste not, want not. Keep all the lights off after the sun goes down. We don't want you staying up all night, do we? Never speak your little girl's name after bedtime. Little ones need their rest, and calling wakes them up. I stared at the words until my eyes burned. They weren't threats. They were polite reminders, the kind of things a loving grandma would say while pressing another helping of mashed potatoes on you, while tucking you in at night for a good night's rest, while shushing you when you try to call for your child after lights out because she needs a beauty sleep. Except that these rules were law, and breaking them could cost me my daughter. I stood slowly and walked to the kitchen. A chipped porcelain bowl lay on the table, cold milk, torn hunks of white bread. exactly like last night. It hadn't been there 5 minutes ago. The voice came again, coaxing, almost fond. "Eat up, dear. Growing boys need their strength. Finish everything on your plate." I looked toward the crawl space. Sophie's breathing was still there, faint and waiting, trusting me to do the right thing. So I sat and picked up the spoon with my good hand. I forced the first bite down. It was soggy, sour, and cold. My stomach lurched, but I swallowed. Another bite, another. When the bowl was empty, a new one appeared beside it, identical, refilling itself. The voice sighed happily. "There's a good boy. Clean your plate, and we'll talk about letting your little one come out to play." From the crawl space came Sophie's faint breathing. I choked down the next spoonful, tears mixing with the milk on my chin. I obeyed, because every time I finished the bowl, the breathing from the crawl space grew a little louder, a little closer. But every time I hesitated, even for a second, the house responded. Doors creaked narrower, ceilings sagged an inch lower, the hallway wallpaper tightened like skin over bone. I kept eating. I kept the lights off after sunset. I didn't say Sophie's name once the sun went down. All while my mind raced, quietly, coldly, mapping the house, noting every weak floorboard, every loose nail, every corner where the entity seemed slower to appear. The next day, I sat at the kitchen table. My broken fingers were wrapped tighter now, the tape cutting into swollen skin. But the pain was background noise compared to the silence from the crawl space. I hadn't heard Sophie's breathing since waking up. I prepared myself for the worst because the rules said to finish everything on my plate, and I couldn't risk another tightening of the house. The chipped porcelain bowl was already there when I sat down, the same cold milk, torn hunks of white bread floating like drowned islands. The milk hadn't been cold 5 minutes ago. Now it was icy, condensation beading on the rim. I picked up the spoon with my good hand. The first bite went down like wet cement. My stomach clenched, still raw from last night. I swallowed another bite. The bowl never emptied. Every time I scraped the bottom clean, the milk rose again, bread appearing in fresh pieces, as if someone were silently tearing it from the loaf behind my back. I ate faster. My throat burned, my stomach swelled, pressing against my ribs until each breath felt like inhaling through a straw. Then she was there. The smiling grandma stood at the far end of the table, head bent under the light fixture, nightgown dripping slow drops of sour milk onto the floorboards. Her smile stretched wider. "You're not eating fast enough. Are you not hungry?" she said, voice soft and fond, the way a grandmother might chide a picky eater. She reached across the table, arms stretching longer than it should, and clamped her cold fingers around my jaw. The grip was iron. I tried to pull away, my neck strained, muscles tearing. She forced my mouth open wider. The spoon appeared in her other hand, heaped with sodden bread and milk. She shoved it in. I gagged, milk bubbled out of my nose. I choked, coughed, tried to spit, but her fingers tightened, holding my jaw shut until I had to swallow or drown. Bite after bite, bowl after bowl. My stomach ballooned, painful, distended, pressing against my ribs. In my struggle, I felt something crack inside. A rib gave with a wet snap. I screamed around the bread, but the sound came out muffled, wet. From the crawl space came Sophie's breaths again, weak. I fought, clawed at her wrist with my good hand, my broken fingers smashed against the table edge, fresh agony exploding up my arm. I kicked the chair backward, tried to stand, but she pinned me to the seat with one hand on my shoulder, weight like stone. More bread, more milk. My vision tunneled. Milk poured down my chin, soaked my shirt, and pooled in my lap. I vomited once, twice, hot, sour, burning my throat on the way up. She didn't stop. The vomit splattered on the table. She scooped it back into the bowl with a spoon and fed it to me again. "Good boys don't waste food," she soothed, smile never wavering, eyes bright and unblinking. I collapsed forward, forehead hitting the table, half drowned in milk, stomach so swollen I couldn't draw a full breath. My cracked rib ground against itself with every gasp. My broken fingers dangled uselessly. She released me. The bowl was empty again, for now. She straightened, head brushing the ceiling, and glided backward toward the hallway. "Finish your supper, dear," she said sweetly. "Grandma will check on you later." She vanished into the shadows. I slid to the floor, milk pooling around me, tears mixing with the mess on my face. From the crawl space came Sophie's faint gasps. I pressed my forehead to the cold floorboards and sobbed, quiet, broken and helpless. I had to keep going, because every time I obeyed, I bought her a few more hours, and every time I fought, the house closed in tighter. I was playing the perfect grandson, while my body broke, while my daughter waited in the dark, while the smiling grandma smiled and waited for me to finish my plate. The endless supper left me broken on the kitchen floor. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling beams, listening to the house breathe around me. Sophie's faint breathing from the crawl space had gone quiet again. Just silence. I was done. I had nothing left. No fight and no plan. Just a hollowed out shell that had tried to be a good boy and failed. If obeying forever meant she'd be let out someday, safe, whole, even if she called that thing Grandma, then fine. I'd eat every bowl. I'd keep the lights off. I'd never say a name after dark again. Whatever it took. I dragged myself across the floorboards on my elbows, broken hand trailing uselessly behind me, milk smeared in my wake. The crawl space panel under the stairs loomed ahead, sealed tight, painted wood smooth and unyielding. I reached it, collapsed against it, and pressed my forehead to the cool surface. I could hear her breathing again, so faint, so far away. It sounded like she was underwater. "I'm sorry, Bug," I whispered, voice cracking. "I'm so sorry. I tried. I really tried." Tears mixed with the milk on my face. I closed my eyes. And something small inside me, something that had been buried under the pain and milk and fear, caught fire. No, not like this. I would not let that smiling thing raise my daughter. I would not let it teach her to finish her plate, to keep quiet after dark, to call it Grandma. Sophie was mine. She was Sarah's. She was ours. And if the only way to get her back was to crawl into the dark and die trying, then that was what I'd do. I opened my eyes. The panel was still there, nailed shut, but the nails looked just loose enough to pull open. I pried at the edge with my good hand, splinters dug into my palm. I wedged my fingers under the wood and pulled. The panel came away with a dry crack, The crawl space gasped open, narrow, barely 2 feet high. The sour milk smell rolled out like fog, thick and choking. Dust motes drifted in the hallway light. I didn't hesitate. I squeezed in on my belly, shoulders scraping plaster, broken fingers dragging uselessly behind me. The space was tight, tighter than it looked. My cracked ribs screamed with every inch. Dust rained down into my eyes, my mouth. The milk smell coated my tongue. Behind me, the panel snapped shut on its own. Boards groaned, the crawl space tightened immediately, walls pressing in, ceiling dropping, like the house was exhaling and closing around me. I kept crawling, forward into the dark, because Sophie was in there somewhere, and I was coming for her. Rules be damned, I was going to get my daughter back, or die trying. The crawl space swallowed me whole. Darkness was thick. It filled my mouth, my nose, my ears. My broken fingers dragged uselessly behind me, scraping plaster and wood, sending fresh jolts of pain up my arm with every inch, like someone was slowly twisting a blade inside my chest. I crawled on elbows and knees, shoulders wedging against the narrow joists, forcing me to exhale completely to squeeze forward. The walls felt like they were breathing in time with me, closing tighter each time I inhaled. I kept moving, because Sophie was in here somewhere. Her faint breathing echoed ahead like a heartbeat in the dark. Then, the voice came, soft, grandmotherly, sweet as milk. "Come along, dear. Grandma will make you both perfect." It wasn't from one direction. It rolled through the beams, the plaster, the dirt under my palms, everywhere at once. I froze, breath catching. The space behind me groaned, floorboards creaked, dust rained down into my eyes. Wet dragging sounds followed, nightgown fabric rustling against wood, milk dripping in thick, slow plops. "Good boys don't leave their toys behind," she whispered, closer now. "Grandma is very disappointed." Panic clawed at my throat. The passage narrowed, shoulders jammed hard. I had to twist sideways, ribs screaming, to inch forward. The walls pressed to my chest like a closing coffin. I couldn't breathe, couldn't turn. Just crawl, forward, always forward. Her long fingers brushed my ankle, cold, knobby and wet. I lunged, clawed through a tighter section where the joist pinched even closer. Plaster tore at my shoulders, skin splitting, blood slicked my shirt. I pushed harder, elbows bleeding, rib grinding, bone on bone, until I broke through into a small, hidden pocket chamber. The space opened just enough to let me roll onto my back. I gasped, sucking air that tasted like rot. And there she was, Sophie, waist deep in it, encased in a thick, off-white, lumpy mass that clung to her like wet dough. It looked exactly like old, milk-soaked bread left to rot, spongy and curdled, pale yellow in places, faintly sweet-sour, the surface slowly pulsing as if digesting her. Strands of it wrapped over her arms, her chest, her closed eyes. Her head lolled to the side, lips parted, breathing shallow but steady. Unconscious, cold to the touch. I gagged once, then lunged forward. I tore at the mass with my good hand. Fingers sank in, spongy. The texture was wrong, too much like flesh. I ripped handfuls away, gagging on the sour sweet smell, on the way it clung to my skin. I used my teeth when my hands wasn't enough, bit, tore, spat. The substance pulsed under my fingers, trying to reform. I kept going, piece by piece, until I freed her arms, her waist, her legs. She was limp, cold but breathing. I scooped her against my chest, broken hand useless, cracked ribs stabbing with every movement, and started crawling backward, shoulders scraped raw against the joists. The space was even tighter now, walls closer. I dragged her with me, elbows bleeding, breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The dragging sound behind me grew louder, closer. "Naughty boy," the voice said, no longer sweet. She shot the words sharp, hungry. "Bringing my new baby back out? Grandma is very disappointed." Long fingers brushed my ankle, then gripped. I twisted in panic, trying to kick, but the space was too tight. My ribs screamed. I couldn't breathe, couldn't turn, just feel her grip tightening, pulling me back inch by inch into the dark. Sophie, still unconscious in my arms, stirred weakly for the first time since I'd freed her. Her small voice rasped out, cracked and faint. "Daddy?" The word cut through the crawl space like a blade, and in that small moment, the walls loosened ever so slightly. The smiling grandma recoiled. A heartbroken wail tore from her, high, grandmotherly, and broken all at once. "But I'm the better mother." Her fingers loosened, just for a heartbeat. I didn't hesitate. I kicked. Boots slammed into her arm, and the joists around me, desperate, the same frantic motion I'd used when she pinned me to the kitchen table. The impact cracked something inside the crawl space. Boards snapped, plaster rained down in heavy sheets. The weakened structure, already stressed from years of damp and neglect, gave way behind me. The smiling grandma shrieked in disappointment. "Naughty boy, breaking the house." The collapse roared forward, joists buckling, dust choking the air, milk-soaked bread mass splattering like wet concrete. Her fingers slipped from my ankle as the tunnel caved. I hauled Sophie forward through the chaos, shoulders tearing against splintered wood, ribs stabbing with every inch. Debris rained on my back, a board cracked against my skull. I kept moving. Ahead, a faint grey square of light. I lunged. I dragged Sophie through into the basement, then up the stairs, out the side door into the yard. Behind us, the house groaned, deep, like a beast exhaling its last breath. We collapsed in the grass. The smiling grandma's wail faded into the walls. The farmhouse stood silent, partially caved in where the crawl space had been. Sophie coughed once, weakly, eyes still closed, but breathing steadier now. I held her against my chest, broken hand curled protectively around her, cracked rib aching with every gasp. We didn't go back inside. We never would. We spent the night in the car at a distant gas station lot, doors locked, lights on. The next day, I drove us far away to relatives and never looked back. The farmhouse was condemned and demolished by the county 2 weeks later. My name is Father Daniel Moreau. I've been the parish priest at St. Aldrich's for exactly 3 weeks. I'll be honest, when I was ordained, I had dreamed of something grander, a bustling city parish perhaps, missionary work overseas, even a quiet but influential role at the diocese. Instead, the bishop sent me here, a sleepy little village tucked between rolling farmland and dense woods, where the biggest events are harvest festivals and the occasional argument over whose turn it is to arrange the altar flowers. Sometimes I wonder why. Was it a test of humility, a gentle correction for my pride? Or simply because no one else wanted the position? I've tried not to dwell on it. God places us where we are needed, not always where we want to be. Still, I've settled into the rhythm. Every Saturday afternoon, I sit in the confessional from 2 until 5, listening to the gentle, ordinary sins of good people. Stolen glances, white lies, petty jealousies, missed masses. They are small-town burdens, manageable ones, the kind that let a young priest feel useful without being overwhelmed. That Saturday started no differently from the others. I settled into the wooden booth, adjusted my stole, and waited. Sunlight filtered softly through the stained glass windows, painting quiet-colored patterns across the stone floor. The church smelled of old wood, candle wax, and faint incense. The first penitent arrived a few minutes after 2. It was a girl, Emily, a 17-year-old from the end of the village. Her voice came through the screen soft and trembling, the way young people speak when they're trying very hard not to cry. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It was a stupid dare." She paused, breathing shallow. "Last Friday night, my 2 best friends and I were at my house. We were bored, you know. We turned off all the lights in the bathroom and I stood in front of the mirror. We dared each other to say Bloody Mary 3 times. I laughed the whole time. I didn't believe in any of that stuff. Not really." Another long glance. But when I opened my eyes, there was a face behind me in the reflection. Pale, really pale. It didn't have eyes, just these dark, empty holes piercing through me. It wasn't my face. It wasn't any of our faces. It was just there, standing right behind me. Her voice cracked. I screamed and ran out of the bathroom. My friends thought I was joking at first. But ever since that night, every night around 2 in the morning, I see something. A tall, pale figure walking slowly past my bedroom window. It moves like it's looking for the right room. It doesn't stop. It just keeps walking back and forth, real slow, like it's searching. She drew in a shaky breath. "I'm scared of it, Father. I really am. But I'm more scared that I invited it, that I did something stupid and opened a door I shouldn't have. What if it's not just outside my window anymore? What if it's coming for me or my family? What if this is God punishing me for playing with things I had no business touching?" I could hear her fingers twisting together nervously on the other side of the screen. I leaned closer to the lattice and spoke gently, trying to sound calm and reassuring. "Emily, these kinds of games can play tricks on the mind, especially at night. But even done as a joke, this was still an attempt at dark arts. Say 3 Hail Marys and an act of contrition tonight. Pray for protection and try to get some rest. God is merciful. He doesn't punish children for silly dares." She whispered a quiet, "Thank you, Father," but I could still hear the fear lingering in her voice as she left the confessional. I sat back, frowning slightly. Just a frightened girl with an overactive imagination, I told myself. But something about the way she described that pale figure stayed with me. Not 10 minutes after Emily left, the confessional door creaked open again. This time it was the old Mr. Hargrove, the dairy farmer. I could smell hay and cattle on him, even through the screen. His voice was rough, weathered by decades of early mornings and hard work. But today, it carried a tremor I had never heard from him before. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." He cleared his throat, then continued slowly. 4 nights ago, my best hunting dog, Rex, finally passed. He was old, 14 years. I buried him out behind the barn, proper-like, with a cross made from fence posts, said a few words over him. But ever since, I've been hearing things. He paused, as if reluctant to speak the next part out loud. Slow, deliberate scratching, right under the barn floorboards. Not like rats, it was too steady. The other morning, I went out and nailed extra planks down over the spot. The next morning, every nail was pushed up from below, clean out of the wood. His breathing grew heavier, and then I heard it whisper my late wife Martha's name, exactly the way she used to call me for supper, the same gentle tone, the same lift at the end. I haven't slept since. I keep thinking, maybe I didn't give Rex a proper Christian burial. Maybe I disturbed something that should have been left alone. Maybe this is punishment for treating a good dog just like another chore instead of giving him the respect he deserved. He fell silent, waiting. I sat very still, the image of Emily's pale, eyeless face flashing through my mind for a moment before I pushed it away. I spoke carefully, keeping my voice steady and pastoral. Mr. Hargrove, grief can do strange things to a man, especially when it stirs up memories of those we've lost. The mind can play tricks in the quiet hours. Say 5 Our Fathers and 5 Hail Marys tonight. Ask the Lord to grant peace to both Rex and Martha. If the scratching continues, come see me tomorrow. We can bless the barn together if need be. He muttered a grateful, "Thank you, Father," but I could hear the doubt in his voice as he shuffled out. I remained seated, fingers tight around my rosary. 2 confessions, 2 separate fears, both involving something supernatural, something that knew the voices of the dead. It was probably nothing, but my brain couldn't help but try see a connection. I took a deep breath to compose myself, and when I did, the church suddenly felt a little colder. Mrs. Landry, the school teacher, entered the confessional shortly after Mr. Hargrove. Her voice, normally so steady and authoritative, was now tight and barely contained fear. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." She took a moment to steady herself. "I stayed late at the school yesterday to inspect the classrooms before locking up for the weekend. I was walking down the hallway, checking that all the windows were closed, when I heard a rattle like something knocking together. It came from the science room. I thought maybe one of the students had left the window open and something fell off the table." She swallowed. "I went in to check. The room was dark, except for the emergency exit light. The skeleton we used to teach anatomy was hanging in its usual place in the back corner. But its right arm had moved. It was raised slightly, fingers curled. As I stood there staring, the head slowly turned toward me, exactly the way my late son used to turn his head when he heard me coming down the hallway. The same little tilt." Her voice dropped to barely a whisper, fighting back a quiver threatening to break her. I ran out, locked every door behind me. I kept telling myself it was just a loose joint or a draft. But I can't stop seeing that head turn. I used to tell my students there's no such thing as demons or spirits, that it was all superstition and old stories. Now, I'm terrified my lack of faith has invited something into the school. What if those things are watching the children? What if they're waiting for me to leave them unprotected? I sat in silence for a moment, the weight of her words pressing against me. 3 confessions in less than an hour, all strange oddities, but this one felt like an escalation, a pattern I couldn't brush away easily. I forced my voice to remain calm and reassuring, though my pulse had quickened. "Mrs. Landry, old buildings make strange noises, especially at night. Wires loosen, joints shift, the mind, especially when it carries grief, can make innocent things appear sinister. Say 7 Hail Marys tonight and pray for your son's peace. If the rattling continues, we will bless the school together. God watches over the children. Your doubt has not undone His protection." She thanked me quietly, but I could hear the uncertainty in her footsteps as she left. I remained seated, gripping the rosary tighter than before. The connections were becoming harder to dismiss. Pale figures, voices and gestures of the dead, all in the same day. I wiped a bead of sweat from my brow and hoped the next confession was something normal. The mayor's wife, Mrs. Whittaker, entered the confessional shortly before 4 o'clock. Even through the screen, I could hear that she had been crying. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." Her voice trembled with quiet, respectable fear. "For the last week, I've been leaving food out behind the church for local wildlife. Scraps from dinner, bread, a little fruit. Nothing unusual. The raccoons and stray dogs have been hungry this spring. But a few nights ago, I had a strange dream. A very old, very polite voice asked me nicely to keep feeding it. It promised the town would stay safe if I continued." She let out a shaky breath. "A few nights ago, I went out after dark to leave the usual plate. I set it down near the old stone well and stepped back. That's when I saw them. Long, pale fingers reaching up from the darkness inside the well. They took the food so gently, Father, almost gratefully. I didn't scream. I just stood there, frozen. Now, I'm terrified I've been feeding something I shouldn't have. I never meant to do anything evil. I just wanted to give back to nature. But what if I accidentally entered into a pact with something demonic? What if God is judging me for it?" She sounded genuinely heartbroken, the fear of sin weighing heavier on her than any actual wrongdoing. I kept my voice calm, the way a priest should. "Mrs. Whittaker, feeding God's creatures is not a sin. Dreams can be powerful, especially when we are tired or worried about the town. The mind can turn shadows and animals into something frightening at night. Say 10 Hail Marys tonight and ask the Lord for clarity and protection. If you feel uneasy, stop leaving food for a few days and see if the dreams cease. God knows your heart was kind." She thanked me softly, her relief mixed with lingering doubt, and left the confessional. I sat alone in the growing shadows, heart beating harder than it should. I thought back to the other confessions, the oddities that were different, yet seemed linked, and now the mayor's wife watching long, pale fingers reach out from the old well to accept her offerings. I was new here, barely 3 weeks at this quiet parish, yet on my first busy Saturday of confessions, every single person seemed to be describing pieces of the same presence. A chill settled deep in my chest. I closed my eyes and whispered a quiet prayer for strength, but my hands would not stop trembling. The last confession of the afternoon came from Mr. Kowalski, the hunter. He smelled of gun oil and pine, and his voice carried the rough edge of a man who was not easily frightened. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." He shifted uncomfortably on the wooden kneeler. 2 nights ago, I was out after dark, tracking a deer I'd wounded earlier. I was moving through the tree line behind the old mill when I saw something standing there. I struggled to say what it was, but there was no denying it. A skeleton, just bones hanging upright like someone had propped it up. At first I thought it was a prank or some kids messing around with that plastic teaching skeleton from the school. But then, it moved. His breathing grew heavier. It turned its head toward me, then it raised one bony arm and started waving, slow and deliberate. And then it spoke, a slurred, raspy voice saying, "Run, run," over and over. I didn't think. I just raised my rifle and fired 3 times. The bullets hit it square in the chest. It didn't fall. It just tilted its head like it was confused, still waving that arm. He swallowed hard. I ran, Father. I ran all the way home. Now, I'm convinced I shot at something that cannot die, something unholy. And because I answered with violence, I may have cursed the whole village. But what if whatever I wounded is angry now? What if it comes for all of us because of what I did? I sat behind the screen, my mind racing. A skeleton, waving, telling him to run. That was another confession involving bones or pale figures that moved when they shouldn't. 4 stories touching the dead or the unnatural, all in a row. I forced my voice to stay calm and measured, though my pulse was hammering. Mr. Kowalski, the woods at night can play cruel tricks on even the most experienced hunters. Fear and darkness can make ordinary objects appear alive. Say 10 Hail Marys and an act of contrition. We will pray together for protection over the village. If you see anything again, come to me immediately. God's mercy is greater than any curse. He thanked me gruffly and left, but the heavy thud of his boots echoed long after he was gone. I remained in the confessional, heart pounding, the rosary beads digging into my palm. 5 confessions. A girl who saw a pale face after a mirror ritual, a farmer hearing scratching and a call in his dead wife's voice under the barn, a teacher whose classroom skeleton turned its head like a missing son, the mayor's wife watching long pale fingers take food from the well, and now a hunter shooting at a moving skeleton that told him to run. On this ordinary Saturday, every soul who came to me seemed to be describing fragments of the same nightmare. A terrible thought settled over me like cold water. What if God had not sent me here to tend a peaceful flock? What if he had sent me here because something dark was stirring in St. Aldrich's, and I was meant to confront it? My hands would not stop shaking. I sat alone in the empty church as evening fell, the last of the daylight bleeding out through the stained glass windows in long, dying streaks of crimson and violet. The confessional door stood open behind me, the screen still warm from the last penitent. I'd closed the main doors, the eerie sounds of the outside were gone, but the silence felt heavy. I could not stop replaying the 5 confessions in my head. 5 ordinary people, 5 unrelated sins, or so it had seemed at first. I rose from the pew, legs unsteady, and walked to the small rectory library at the back of the church. In the bottom drawer of the old oak cabinet, the one the previous priest had warned me never to open without good reason, were the restricted texts, volumes of diocese kept under lock and key, not for public eyes. I lit a single candle and began to read, flipping through accounts of local folklore, old warnings about restless spirits, and handwritten notes on strange happenings in rural parishes. One passage spoke of spirits that could slip through small openings, mirrors, gaps beneath floors, and grow stronger when people paid attention. Another described apparitions that could move in unnatural ways, mimicking gestures or voices of the departed to draw the living closer. Another warned that once such a presence was noticed and acknowledged, it could spread through a community like a shadow lengthening at dusk, feeding on fear and guilt until it claimed everything. My stomach tightened. I kept reading, cross-referencing, making frantic mental connections. The mirror ritual had drawn its attention. The scratching under the barn was it trying to rise. The skeleton in the classroom had moved because it had been acknowledged. The food left at the well had been accepted. The skeleton in the woods had instructed, which was followed. It all pointed toward one ancient, patient presence, something pale, something that knew how to wear the shapes and voices of the dead, Something that had been quietly waiting in St. Aldrich's and was now stirring because it had finally been noticed. A cold certainty settled over me. God had not sent me here to simply bless crops and hear petty sins. He had sent me here because this thing was already moving through the village, and I would be the one to confront it. My hands shook as I gathered the holy water, the chrism oil, and my stole. I laid them out on the altar like weapons. Part of me wanted to run, to call the bishop immediately, to beg for experienced help, to admit I was only a young priest who had never faced anything like this. But a deeper part, the part that had taken holy orders with genuine fire in my heart, felt a strange, fierce resolve rising. If the devil had truly come to my parish, then I would meet him here, on this ground, with whatever strength God had given me. I whispered a prayer for courage, crossed myself, and waited for whatever the night would bring. I was still in the rectory when the heavy church door creaked open. My heart lurched, the candle flame jumped. For one wild second, I was certain the thing from the confessions had finally come for me, that presence that had been moving through the village. I grabbed the vial of holy water and stepped into the nave, ready to face whatever horror had stepped across the threshold. Instead, I saw a man. He was swaying slightly in the doorway, backlit by the last grey light of dusk. Mid-40s, dishevelled, reeking strongly of whiskey. He blinked at me with bleary, sheepish eyes. Is the confessional still open, Father?" I almost laughed from sheer relief. Just another late penitent, a drunk man who had wandered in at the worst possible moment. I composed myself, smoothed my stole, and motioned toward the booth. "Of course. Come in, my son." I stepped into my side of the confessional and slid the wooden panel shut. The familiar lattice screen settled between us. I could hear him fumbling to kneel. "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned," he began, voice thick and slurry. "It's been, well, a real long time. Maybe never. Anyway, here goes." I could tell by the way he stalled that whatever he was holding back was heavy. He let out a long, embarrassed sigh, and I braced myself for the worst. "Last week, I got absolutely hammered. Fighting with the wife, lost a bet with the boys, the usual. I don't remember half the night, but the bits I do remember, they're pretty bad." He paused, then continued with the wary honesty of the truly drunk. "I was trying to get home and really had to pee. I went in a bush by someone's house since the window wasn't lit, but when I pressed my face right up against the glass in the middle of my business, I scared the hell out of some poor girl doing her makeup or whatever. Felt bad about that." I opened my mouth to absolve this mischievous man, but he kept going. Then I got thirsty again. I remembered old Mr. Hargrove kept a few bottles stashed under his barn, so I crawled in there to grab one or two. I know, that was stealing, but where I usually squeezed back out was blocked off with fresh nail boards. I pulled them up from underneath and cut my hand pretty badly on a nail. I was yelling, my hand, because it hurt like hell. Mr. Hargrove must have heard me, but he didn't come help, just left me down there. Thought that was pretty rude, so I might have cussed him out a bit while I was crawling out. Sorry about that too. I only got a word out before he went on. Then I got tired, real tired. Saw the school was still open. Janitor must have left the side door unlocked. Figured I'd sit down for a minute inside where it was warm. But then I heard footsteps. Knew I shouldn't be in there, and ended up hiding behind that big plastic skeleton in the science room. Got all tangled up in it, arms everywhere. When I finally tried to leave, the doors had locked behind me, so I had to break a window to get out. Might have accidentally taken the skeleton with me. Thought it'd be funny to carry around for a bit. Is it a sin if I just thought it was funny? My smile froze. The classroom skeleton, the head that turned, the waving arm. I tried to stop him, ask him questions, but he continued, oblivious. Got hungry after that. Saw Mrs. Whittaker, the mayor's wife, leaving food out by the old well. I figured it was for the stray cats. I didn't want to scare her or for her to think I was a thief, so I reached down with a couple long sticks I found and fished some out, whispered, "Thank you kindly," so I wouldn't scare her. Seemed polite at the time. The long pale fingers reaching up from the well. I was starting to feel lightheaded. I gave up trying to stop him because he was on a sinful roll, a record I prayed would never be beaten. After that, I was stumbling through the woods behind the mill, trying to find my buddy, Mr. Kowalski, the hunter. Great guy. Thought it would be funny to wave at him with a silly skeleton and yell, "Rum, rum," to see if he wanted to drink with me. But then, out of nowhere, he starts shooting at me. I was still holding that damn skeleton, waving its arm like an idiot. Bullets whizzed right past. I ran like hell, cursing the whole way. He let out a long, defeated breath. So, yeah, I don't really remember the rest of the night. I woke up in my backyard this morning, with no idea how I got there. How bad is this, Father? There was a long, heavy silence. I sat there, rosary beads pressed so tightly into my palm that the imprint would probably stay for days. The pale face in the mirror, the scratching under the barn, the skeleton that turned its head, the fingers at the well, the waving bones that told a man to run. All of it. One very drunk, very stupid, very non-malicious man who had simply gotten lost, hungry and mischievous on the wrong night. I finally found my voice. It came out hoarse and exhausted. 10 Hail Marys. I've been a paramedic in Chicago for 6 years now. If you've never worked emergency medicine in a major city, let me paint you a picture. It's chaos. Beautiful, terrible chaos. You get used to the overdoses in gas station bathrooms, the car accidents on the Dan Ryan at rush hour, the cardiac arrests in cramped apartments where you're doing compressions while family members scream in your ear. You learn to compartmentalize, to be able to eat your lunch 30 minutes after watching someone die. You learn that most people's worst day is just another Tuesday for you. My partner, Magnus, has been doing this for 15 years. He's seen everything twice over. Gang shootings, house fires, you name it. Magnus is the guy who stays calm when everyone else is losing their minds. He's the guy who can talk down a psych patient having a violent episode or crack a joke dark enough to make you forget the smell of burnt flesh. He's taught me more about this job than any textbook ever could. But here's the thing about Magnus that always struck me as odd. About once a month, we get a call that doesn't make it into our official reports. I noticed the pattern about 2 years in. We'd respond to something, usually weird, usually in a part of the city that feels just slightly off, and Magnus would handle everything. He'd always drive on those calls, wouldn't let me take the wheel, even when it was my turn in the rotation. And afterward, the paperwork would be minimal. A few lines, nothing detailed, nothing that captured what we'd actually seen. And Magnus would never, ever let me ask questions about it afterward. I tried once. We'd responded to a call in an abandoned building where we found a guy who'd been dead for at least 3 days, but the 911 call had come from his phone 10 minutes before we arrived. I started to say something back at the station, and Magnus just looked at me with this expression I'd never seen before. It wasn't angry. Scared. "Let it go," he said. That was it. Let it go. So I did, because Magnus had kept me alive more times than I could count, and if he said let it go, I let it go. One night, Magnus called in sick. In 6 years of working together, I'd never known Magnus to call in sick. The guy came to work with a broken finger, with his marriage falling apart. But that night, at 9:47 p.m, I got a text. Not feeling great, taking the night off. Be careful out there. I was partnered with Jake for the shift, a rookie who'd been on the job for maybe 8 months. Nice kid, eager but talked too much. We'd handled 2 calls already. First was a drunk college student who'd fallen down some stairs, and an elderly woman with chest pains who turned out to be having a panic attack. It was just after midnight when the dispatcher's voice came over the radio. And I swear to God, I felt my stomach drop before she even finished the sentence. Medic 47, we have an unresponsive person at 1247 Riverside Avenue, apartment 4F. Police are not on scene. Repeat, no police on scene. It was the tone, flat and emotionless. Jake reached for the radio to confirm, but I grabbed his wrist. He looked at me, confused. Let me, I said. I picked up the radio. Dispatch, this is Medic 47. Can you repeat that address? A pause, longer than it should have been. 1247 Riverside Avenue, apartment 4F. Copy that. Medic 47 en route. I hung up the radio and started the engine. Jake was staring at me. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I didn't answer. I was too busy trying to remember if Marcus had ever told me what to do if I got one of those calls without him. He hadn't. I pulled out of the station, and for the first time in 6 years, I understood exactly why Marcus always drove. Because when you're behind the wheel, you can't run. 1247 Riverside Avenue was a mid-rise apartment building in Lakeview. You could tell it had seen better days, but it wasn't quite run down enough to be condemned. Brick facade, probably built in the 70s, with a security door that buzzed open without anyone asking who we were. Jake grabbed the jump bag and monitor while I took the oxygen kit. Standard response. Nothing felt different yet, except for the knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. The elevator was broken. Of course it was, so we took the stairs to the 4th floor. Jake was talking the whole way up, something about a call he'd run last week. But I wasn't listening. I was trying to focus on the routine, one foot in front of the other. The 4th floor hallway was long and narrow, lit by flickering fluorescent lights that gave everything a sickly yellow tinge. Apartment doors marched down both sides. 4A, 4B, 4C on the left, 4D, 4E, 4G on the right. I stopped. Jake nearly walked into me. What's wrong? Where's 4F? He looked at the doors, then back at me. What do you mean? I pointed. 4E, then 4G. There's no 4F. Jake walked down the hall, checking each door number. That's weird. Maybe it's a typo. Maybe they meant 4E. I pulled out my radio. Dispatch, Medic 47. Can you confirm the apartment number? We're showing no apartment 4F at this location. Static. Then 1247 Riverside Avenue, apartment 4F, 4th floor. Dispatch, there is no apartment 4F. The hallway goes from 4E to 4G. Another pause, longer this time. I could hear keyboard clicking in the background. Medic 47, our system shows apartment 4F, 4th floor. The call came from inside that unit. I looked at Jake. He shrugged, already moving back toward the stairs. Maybe it's on a different wing. These old buildings can be weird. Yeah, I said. Weird. We checked the other side of the hallway. Same thing. No 4F. Jake suggested we try 4E. Maybe the caller got confused. I was about to agree when I decided to walk the hallway one more time, just to be sure. 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, 4E. And there it was. 4F. I stopped so abruptly, Jake walked into me this time. Dude, what? He saw it too. The door was there, brass number screwed into dark wood. 4F. The paint was older than the other doors, more worn. And it was open, slightly ajar, maybe an inch, enough to see darkness inside. That wasn't there before, Jake whispered. I know, Jake. My hand was on my radio. I should call this in. I should tell dispatch that something is very wrong here. But what would I even say? That a door appeared out of nowhere? They'd think I was on something. I thought about Magnus, about the way he looked at me when he said, "Let it go," about his text this morning, "Be careful out there." I pushed the door open. The apartment was dark, except for the light spilling in from the hallway. I found a light switch and flipped it. A single overhead bulb flickered on, revealing a small studio apartment. Old furniture, floral wallpaper that might have been pretty in 1982. And on the floor, between a worn couch and a coffee table covered in prescription bottles, was an elderly woman. She was lying motionless on her back, arms at her side, staring at the ceiling. Training took over. I dropped to my knees beside her while Jake set up the monitor. Ma'am, can you hear me? I checked for her pulse. Her skin was ice cold, no pause. I tilted her head back, checked her airway. Jake, she's not breathing. Get the bag ready. Jake was already moving, pulling out the ambu bag. I started compressions. Her chest felt rigid under my hands, like she'd been dead for hours. Medic 47 to dispatch. We have an unresponsive elderly female. No pulse, no respirations. Starting CPR. Her eyes flicked open like a doll's to reveal a milky white. She had no iris, no pupil. It was like the life was drained from them. I froze, hands still on her chest. Jake made a sound I'd never heard another human make, something between a gasp and a whimper. The woman's head turned toward me, smooth and mechanical, and her hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. Her grip was ice cold and strangely strong. Her mouth moved, her voice dry, crackling like old paper. "They're already here," she said. "Why did you come?" I tried to pull away. Her fingers dug into my wrist. "Ma'am, let go. Why did you come?" Jake was backing toward the door, the ambu bag falling from his hands. I yanked my arm hard, and her grip released all at once. I scrambled backward, and the woman's head lolled back to center, eyes still open, still white. And then she just stopped. The monitor, which Jake managed to attach, showed a flat line. Asystole. She was dead. Really dead this time. "What the hell?" Jake was saying over and over. "What the hell? What the hell?" I checked her pulse again, just to be sure. Nothing. Skin already cooling. She'd been dead before we started CPR, maybe hours before. I looked at her eyes. They were normal now. Brown, cloudy with death. But normal. "We need to go," I said. "What?" "We need to leave, now." I grabbed the monitor, started packing up. Jake didn't argue. We were out of that apartment in 30 seconds, and I pulled the door shut behind us. In the hallway, I turned back to look. The door to 4F was gone. Just wall and faded wallpaper. Jake saw it too. Down the stairs, I said. Don't run, walk normally, don't say anything. We made it to the ambulance just as a black sedan pulled up to the curb with tinted windows and no plates. It wasn't the police. 2 people got out, a man and a woman, both in dark suits that looked expensive. They moved with purpose, neither hurrying nor wasting time. The woman approached me while the man headed into the building. You responded to the call at 1247 Riverside? She asked. Her voice was pleasant, professional, like she was asking about the weather. Yes. What did you find? I looked at Jake. He was staring at the woman like she was speaking a foreign language. Apartment 4F, I said. Elderly woman, unresponsive. We started resuscitation, but she was already... Apartment 4E, the woman corrected, smiling. Not a warm smile. A smile that said we were going to agree with her. You responded to apartment 4E, elderly woman, deceased on arrival, natural causes, likely cardiac arrest. You assessed the patient, confirmed she was beyond resuscitation, and cleared the scene. Standard DOA protocol. She pulled out a tablet, tapped the screen a few times, then turned it toward me. There was a report already filled out, my name at the top. Everything she'd just said was typed neatly into the appropriate fields. That's what happened, she said. It wasn't a question. I looked at the report, looked at her. She was still smiling. Sign here, she said, offering me a stylus. My hand was shaking. I could feel Jake staring at me, waiting to see what I'd do. I thought about Magnus again. I took the stylus and signed it. Excellent, the woman said, taking the tablet back. You did good work tonight. The family appreciates your professionalism during a difficult time. What family? Jake blurted out. The woman looked at him for the first time, really looked at him. Jake went pale. The family of the deceased, she said slowly, like she was explaining something to a child. In apartment 4E? You should go back to your station now. I'm sure you have other calls waiting. She walked back to the sedan. The man emerged from the building a moment later, carrying a black bag I hadn't seen him take in. They got in the car and drove away. Jake and I stood there for a long moment, and we drove back to the station in complete silence. Jake kept opening his mouth like he was going to say something, then closing it again. My wrist still hurt where the woman, the dead woman, the woman with white eyes, had grabbed me. I found a bruise there, 5 finger-shaped marks, dark purple against my skin. They didn't fade for 2 weeks. Magnus was at the station when we got back. I saw him through the bay doors as I pulled in, sitting at the table in the common room with a cup of coffee, looking completely fine, like he'd been waiting. Jake practically ran inside, mumbling something about needing to use the bathroom. I heard him lock himself in and turn on the faucet. I walked in. Magnus looked up at me, and I saw it in his eyes immediately. He knew. You got a Type 7 call, didn't you? He said quietly. I sat down across from him. What the hell was that, Magnus? He glanced toward the hallway, making sure we were alone. The system flags certain calls, Type 7s. They get routed to experienced crews, people who can handle irregularities. irregularities, things that don't fit in normal reports, heart attacks that aren't medical, accidents that aren't accidental, calls from addresses that shouldn't exist. He leaned forward. There are things in this city that don't belong in the daylight. Most people never see them, but sometimes something breaks through. Someone calls 911, and someone has to respond. So they send us. They send paramedics who can handle it, who can see something impossible, do their job anyway, and then let it go. He looked at me hard. You did good tonight. You signed the report. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. What happens if I hadn't signed it? Magnus went very quiet. He stared into his coffee. Magnus, don't ask questions you don't want answered, he said finally. Just do the job, file the paperwork, go home to your family. The people in the suits, I said, they're the ones who clean it up. Quality assurance. They handle everything, make sure it doesn't get into the news, doesn't cause panic. They have protocols, procedures, and pre-filed reports. He paused. They've been doing this for decades, maybe longer. How many paramedics have worked Type 7s? Dozens over the years. Most handle it like you did. See something wrong, do their job, sign the paperwork, go home. They get hazard pay and don't ask questions. His jaw tightened. The ones who do ask questions transfer to other departments or take early retirement or have accidents. The way he said accidents made my blood run cold. I've been doing this for 15 years, Magnus continued. Stopped counting the Type 7s at 100. I was told to call in sick tonight. I hoped they'd reassigned your call to someone with more experience, but they sent you anyway. He stood up and put a hand on my shoulder. Because you're good at your job. You stay calm. You can handle it. And you've proved them right. He headed for the door, then stopped. Go home. Get some rest. Next shift, we'll be back to normal chaos. Overdoses and car accidents. Regular stuff. He looked back at me. Don't upset the balance. Just do your job, sign the paperwork, and go home. Then he was gone. Jake emerged from the bathroom a few minutes later, pale but composed. Are we going to talk about what happened? He asked. I thought about Magnus's warning, about the woman in the suit and her pleasant smile. No, I said. We're not. Jake nodded and left without another word. I sat alone in the common room, staring at the bruises on my wrist. 5 finger-shaped marks, dark purple against my skin. Somewhere in this city, right now, there were things that didn't belong, things that broke the rules of reality. And there was an entire system designed to make sure no one ever knew about them. I was part of that system now, whether I wanted to be or not. A week passed, 7 shifts of normal calls. A stabbing in Englewood, a 3-car pileup on Lakeshore Drive, an elderly man with pneumonia, 2 overdoses, a diabetic emergency. Jake and I didn't talk about the apartment. Magnus acted like nothing had happened. The bruises on my wrist faded to yellow, then disappeared. I almost convinced myself that it would be a one-time thing. Then, on a Tuesday night at 11:34 p.m., the dispatcher's voice came over the radio with that same careful, flat tone. Medic 47, we have multiple casualties at downtown station, Red Line platform, track 3, fire and police are en route. Magnus was driving. He let out a deep breath, but he didn't say anything, just flicked on the lights and sirens. Multiple casualties, I said. Train derailment? Dispatcher didn't say. They always say, Magnus didn't respond. We arrived before fire or police. The station entrance was still open, and a few late-night commuters were heading down the stairs, completely oblivious. Magnus grabbed the jump bag and trauma kit. I took the monitor and oxygen. We descended into the station. It was surprisingly empty for a Tuesday night. Just a CTA worker at the booth reading something on his phone. He didn't look up as we passed. The platform was deserted. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Somewhere, water dripped. The electric sign said the next train would arrive in 4 minutes. And on the tracks, 5 people were lying motionless. They were arranged almost neatly, parallel to each other, like they'd laid down deliberately. 2 men, 3 women, ranging in age from maybe 20 to 60. Different races, different clothing, nothing connecting them that I could see. "Jeez," I muttered, moving toward the edge of the platform. We climbed down onto the tracks. I checked for the sound of an approaching train. Nothing. The tunnel in both directions was dark and silent. I knelt beside the first body, a woman in a business suit. Her eyes were open, staring upward. Her mouth was open too, frozen in what looked like a scream. The expression on her face was pure terror, a look I'd only seen a few times in my career, on people who died violently. No pulse, skin already cooling. "This one's gone," I said, moving to the next. Magnus was checking the others, moving quickly from one body to the next. I heard him mutter something under his breath. "Magnus? They're all dead." He sat back on his heels. "And they've been gone for hours. Rigor mortis is already setting in." I looked at my watch. Dispatch called this in 10 minutes ago. "I know." I examined the man in front of me more closely. Middle-aged, wearing jeans and a Cubs jacket. No visible injuries, nothing to indicate the cause of death. Just that same expression of absolute terror, mouth open, eyes wide. And then I saw it. On his neck, just below his left ear, a small, circular burn, perfectly round, maybe the size of a dime. The skin was blackened at the center, red around the edges. "Magnus," I pointed. "Look at this." I checked the woman in the business suit. Same mark, same location, left side of the neck, just below the ear. "They all have it," I said, moving to the third body. "All of them have the same—" Magnus moved fast, pulling a sheet from the trauma bag and draping it over the nearest body. "Don't look too close." "What? Magnus, this is evidence. We need to document—" "We need to wait for quality assurance." He was covering the other bodies now, his movements quick and efficient. "That's all we need to do." 5 people are dead, Magnus. They have identical marks on their necks. That's not coincidence. That's not our job." He finished, covering the last body, and stood up, pulling me back toward the platform. "Our job is to confirm they're deceased and secure the scene. That's it." I heard footsteps on the platform above us, multiple people moving with purpose. 2 CTA supervisors appeared first, both in transit authority uniforms. Behind them, 4 people in suits, 3 men and 1 woman. Not the same woman from the apartment, but she had that same professional, detached expression. "Paramedics," one of the suits said, not quite a question. "What's the situation?" Magnus climbed back onto the platform, pulling me up after him. 5 deceased individuals on the tracks, no visible cause of death, no train involvement. The woman in the suit nodded, like this was exactly what she'd expected to hear. She gestured to the others, and they climbed down onto the tracks, pulling back the sheets Magnus had just placed. One of them had a device I didn't recognize, something that looked like a Geiger counter but wasn't. He waved it over each body, checking a readout. "Confirmed," he said quietly. "All 5. The woman turned back to us. "Thank you for responding. We'll take it from here." "What about the police?" I asked. "Fire department. This is a crime scene." "There's been a malfunction with the emergency call system," she said smoothly. "A false alarm triggered, multiple dispatch codes. Fire and police have been notified and the response is not needed." "There are 5 dead people." "There are no casualties," she interrupted, still smiling that same professional smile. "You responded to a false alarm at downtown station. Equipment malfunction. You found the platform empty. That's what happened." Magnus put a hand on my shoulder, a warning. I looked back at the tracks. The suits were already moving the bodies, working with practiced efficiency. One of them was taking photographs with a camera that had no flash. Another was collecting samples from something on the platform. "Equipment malfunction," the woman repeated. "You can file your report back at the station." We were dismissed. Marcus led me back through the station, past the CTA worker who still hadn't looked up from his phone, up the stairs to street level. The ambulance was where we'd left it. "Get in," Magnus said. I got in. We drove 3 blocks in silence before I finally spoke. "What killed them?" "I don't know. Magnus, I don't know," he repeated, harder this time. "And I don't want to know. Neither should you." They had burns on their necks, all of them, same location, same size. "I know. So what does that? What kills 5 people with no visible trauma except a small burn?" Magnus's jaw was tight. "Something we're not equipped to handle. Something that quality assurance will figure out and contain and make sure never happens again." He glanced at me. "That's how this works. We respond, we confirm, we report. They handle the rest. They're covering it up. They're preventing panic. There's a difference." I thought about those faces, that terror. Whatever those 5 people had seen before they died, it had been bad enough to literally freeze the fear on their faces. "How many calls like this have you worked?" I asked. Magnus was quiet for a long time. "Enough to know that asking questions doesn't change anything. It just makes it harder to sleep at night." We got back to the station at 12:47 a.m. There was a report already waiting in my inbox, pre-filled, just like last time. False alarm, equipment malfunction, platform was empty, cleared scene at 12:15. I signed it. But when I got home that morning, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those 5 bodies lined up on the tracks, those open mouths, those wide eyes, that perfect circular burn. And I kept thinking, somewhere in this city, something had killed 5 people in a way that left almost no evidence, something that made experienced paramedics look away and suits with strange equipment show up within minutes, something that quality assurance wanted to make sure no one ever knew about. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the distant sound of the L train rumbling past. I wondered how many other people had died like that, wondering how many more would. I started looking through old reports during my downtime at the station, not trying to draw attention, just pulling up calls from the database while Magnus was out on runs or during slow nights when no one was paying attention. The pattern emerged quickly once I knew what I was looking for. Calls with minimal documentation, a few lines, barely any detail, no follow-ups and no patient transport, just cleared scene or unfounded or referred to other agency. And they were always handled by the same names: veteran paramedics, people who'd been on the job for 10, 15 or 20 years. I started tracking the names. Richards, 14 years on the job, transferred to fire prevention in 2019. Klein, 18 years, early retirement in 2021. Peters, 11 years, transferred to training division in 2020. The pattern was consistent. Work the job for years, handle dozens or hundreds of these minimal documentation calls, then suddenly leave field work. One name kept appearing more than others: Sophie Wu. She worked as a paramedic for 12 years, from 2009 to 2021. Her name was on over 200 reports with minimal documentation, more than anyone else I'd found. Then, in March 2021, she took early retirement. After that, nothing. Her name just disappeared from the system entirely. I found her obituary on the third page of Google results. Sophie Wu, 38, died in a single vehicle accident on I-290 on June 15, 2021. She is survived by her sister, Michelle Wu of Portland, Oregon. 3 months after early retirement. Car accident. I stared at the obituary photo. She looked tired, older than 38. I closed the browser and sat in the quiet station, listening to the hum of the fluorescent lights. How many Type 7 calls had Sophie Wu worked? 200 documented, probably more that weren't in the system. 12 years of responding to things that shouldn't exist, of signing pre-filled reports and not asking questions. And then, she tried to leave. I looked at the clock, 3:42 a.m. Magnus was due back from a call any minute. I cleared my browser history and went back to scrolling through my phone, pretending I'd just been killing time. But I couldn't stop thinking about that photo, about the look in Sophie Wu's eyes. She'd known something, and knowing had gotten her killed. The question was, how much could I learn before I ended up the same way? The call came in at 6:15 p.m, right at shift change. Structural fire, Westmont Towers, 1840 North Clark, 23rd floor, multiple units responding. We could see the smoke from 6 blocks away, dark clouds billowing from the upper floors of a luxury high-rise in Lincoln Park. By the time we arrived, it was a full response. 4 fire trucks, 2 ladder companies, police blocking off the street, and ambulances staged in a line. Chaos. Residents streaming out of the building in their expensive athleisure wear, some carrying pets, others on their phones recording everything. Magnus parked at the staging area. We were the 3rd ambulance on scene. A man in a suit appeared at my window before I could even open the door. "Medic 47, he said. "Yeah? Come with me, side entrance." Magnus and I exchanged a glance. He grabbed a jump bag without a word. The suit led us from the chaos around the corner to a service entrance. A service elevator was waiting, doors open. We got in. The suit pressed 23. "What's the situation?" I asked. "Single occupant, unresponsive, 23rd floor. What about the fire?" He didn't answer. The elevator rose in silence. I watched the numbers climb. The doors opened on the 23rd floor. No smoke, fire, or heat. The hallway was pristine. Cream-colored walls, expensive light fixtures, the faint smell of whatever cleaning product rich people use. The suit led us to apartment 2304. The door was open. Inside, the apartment was immaculate. Floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the lake, modern furniture, the kind you see in magazines. Everything clean and perfectly arranged. Except for the walls. Scorch marks covered every surface, not random, but imperfect geometric patterns, circles within circles, lines intersecting at precise angles, symbols I didn't recognize. The marks were burned into the paint, the drywall beneath blackened and cracked. And, in the center of the living room, sitting in a leather armchair facing the windows, was a man. He was maybe 40, wearing a dress shirt and slacks. His hands were on the armrests, his head tilted back slightly. His eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. He wasn't breathing. Magnus moved forward, checking for a pulse. I set up the monitor and attached the leads. Flatline. How long has he been down? I asked the suit. Unknown. I checked the man's skin. Normal temperature, no rigor mortis. He looked like he died minutes ago, not hours. But something was wrong. His expression was blank, completely empty, like someone had erased everything behind his eyes. Magnus pulled out a pen light and checked the man's pupils. Fixed and dilated. I looked around the apartment again. Those geometric patterns burned into every wall, the precision of them. Nothing else was damaged. My eyes landed on the coffee table. The man's phone was there, screen still lit. A text message was open. Don't tell them what you saw. Magnus, I said quietly, look at this. He glanced at the phone, then quickly looked away, but I saw his jaw tighten. What did he see? I asked. Magnus didn't answer. He was checking the man's vitals again, but his hands were shaking. Magnus, what did he... We confirm death and clear the scene, Magnus said, his voice tight. That's all. Footsteps in the hallway. 3 more suits entered, along with 2 people in hazmat gear carrying equipment I didn't recognize. The lead suit, a different one, older, with grey at his temples, looked at us. Status. Male, approximately 40 years old. Deceased, Magnus said. No obvious cause of death. The suit nodded. Gas leak explosion, single fatality, standard procedure. He gestured toward the door. We'll take it from here. Gas leak? I said. There's no damage except... Gas leak, the suit repeated, harder this time. You can clear the scene. Magnus was already packing up. I followed him out, glancing back once. The people in hazmat suits were spraying something on the walls. The scorch marks were disappearing, the geometric patterns fading like they'd never existed. Outside, the fire trucks were already leaving. The smoke, or whatever it had been, was gone. Residents were being led back into the building by police officers who were explaining that there'd been a small gas leak on the 23rd floor, quickly contained. No danger, everything was fine. And they believed it. I watched them nod, relieved, already pulling out their phones to text friends and family that everything was okay. We got back in the ambulance. Magnus drove. 3 blocks from the scene, he pulled a flask from under his seat and took a long drink. I'd worked with Magnus for 6 years. I'd never seen him drink on shift. Magnus, don't, he said. Just don't. He took another drink, then put the flask away and kept driving. I looked at my hands. They were shaking too. That text message kept playing in my mind. Don't tell them what you saw. Whatever that man had seen, it had killed him and burned impossible patterns into his walls. And now, it was like it had never happened at all. I found Magnus in the station locker room at the end of the shift, sitting on the bench with his head in his hands. I need to know what we're dealing with, I said. He didn't look up. No, you don't. Yes, I do. I sat down next to him. That man in the apartment, those 5 people on the tracks, the woman in 4F. I need to know what's killing them. It doesn't matter what, it matters to me. Magnus finally looked at me. He looked exhausted, older than I'd ever seen him. You think this city runs on laws and logic? He said quietly. Traffic laws and building codes and the natural order of things. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. It doesn't. There are things that live here alongside us. Old things, wrong things, things that don't care about our rules because they operate on different ones. I waited. He was finally talking. Quality assurance isn't a department, he continued. It's a protocol. When reality breaks, when something that shouldn't exist does exist, when the rules stop working, someone has to clean it up, contain it, make sure it doesn't spread. The people in suits. We call them adjusters. They modify records, memories, and sometimes evidence. They make the impossible possible to ignore. He rubbed his face. Paramedics like us, we're the first responders. We show up when reality's still broken, when the scene is still fresh. We confirm what we can, we document what really happened. Not in the official reports, but somewhere. Someone keeps track, and then we let the adjusters bury it. Why? The word came out harder than I intended. Why cover it up? 5 people died on those tracks. That man in the apartment saw something that killed him. Don't they deserve... Deserve what? The truth? Marcus stood up, pacing. Okay, say we tell the truth. Say we put it in the official record. 5 people killed by an unknown entity, geometric burn patterns of unknown origin, an apartment that appears and disappears. What happens then? I didn't answer. I'll tell you what happens. News picks it up, social media explodes, people start asking questions, demanding answers. And when they don't get answers that make sense, they panic. They stop taking the train, they stop going to work, they start seeing threats everywhere, because now they know, really know, that there are things out there that can kill them in ways that they can't understand or prevent. He turned to face me. The city collapses. Not in a bang, but slowly. Fear spreads faster than any disease. Trust in institutions evaporates. And those things out there, those old, wrong things, they feed on that fear. They get stronger, more bold, and more people die. I felt cold. So we just pretend it's not happening? We contain it. We respond, we document for the people who need to know, and we let everyone else believe in gas leaks and equipment malfunctions and natural causes. His voice softened. This way, life goes on. People go to work, raise their families, and live their lives. They're safe because they don't know they're in danger. Ignorance isn't just bliss here. It's survival. I thought about those residents at Westmont Towers, nodding along as police explained the gas leak, relieved, already moving on with their lives. How long has this been going on? In Chicago? Since before there was a Chicago. Every city has it, has always had it. London, Tokyo, New York, Mexico City. Anywhere where humans gather in large numbers, the things that live in the cracks gather too. And every city has people like us, first responders who see what's really there, and adjusters who make sure no one else has to. The weight of it settled on me. Every call we'd run, every pre-filed report I'd signed, I wasn't just a paramedic anymore. I was part of a massive cover-up. I found Sophie Wu's obituary. I said quietly. Magnus went very still. She worked Type 7s for 12 years, then she retired, then she died in a car accident 3 months later. I know. Was it really an accident? Magnus was quiet for a long time. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe she just got unlucky. He looked at me. Or maybe she started asking too many questions, started digging too deep, started thinking she could do something about it. And they killed her for it? I don't know, he repeated. But I know she's dead, and I know a dozen other paramedics who worked Type 7s and left the job early, and most of them are fine. They're teaching EMT classes, working desk jobs, or retired to Florida. They moved on. They let it go. He sat back down next to me. You're a good paramedic. You stay calm, you think fast, you save lives. That's worth something. That matters. His voice was almost pleading now. Don't throw that away, trying to fight something you can't beat. Just do the job, sign the reports, go home. I looked at my hands. Steady now, but I could still feel the ghost of that dead woman's grip on my wrist. What if I can't let it go? I asked. Magnus closed his eyes. Then you end up like Sophie Wu, one way or another. We sat in silence. Outside, I could hear the day shift arriving, voices in the hallway, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear. Normal life, going on like it always did, built on a foundation of lies and cover-ups and things that shouldn't exist. And I was part of it now. The question was, could I live with that? Or would trying to expose it kill me first? A text came 3 days after my conversation with Magnus. Unknown number. Meeting tomorrow, 2 p.m., 1515 West Monroe, Suite 800. Come alone. No signature and no explanation. I showed it to Magnus during our shift. He read it, his face going pale. Don't go, he said. What is it? They want to talk to you. The adjusters. He handed my phone back. If you don't go, they'll come to you. If you do go, he trailed off. What? Just be careful what you agree to. 1515 West Monroe was a generic office building in the West Loop. Glass and steel. The kind of place that housed insurance companies and consulting firms. Nothing remarkable. Suite 800 had no name on the door, just the number. I knocked. The door opened immediately. A woman stood there, mid-40s, wearing a charcoal suit, professional, put together. She smiled like we were old friends. Thank you for coming. I'm Director Reed. She gestured inside. Please. The office was small. A desk, 2 chairs, no windows, completely anonymous. She sat behind the desk. I took the chair across from her. You've been doing excellent work, she began. Your reports are thorough. Your discretion is noted. You respond well under pressure. You don't panic, and you understand the importance of protocol. Thank you, I said, because I didn't know what else to say. We'd like to offer you a position. She slid a folder across the desk. Specialized response unit. You'd be responding exclusively to Type 7 calls. Full clearance, significant pay increase. We're talking double your current salary. Better benefits, hazard pay, pension. I opened the folder. The numbers were real. So was the benefits package. This wasn't a token offer. You'd be part of the whole picture, Reed continued. No more signing reports you don't understand. You'd be part of the team that handles these situations from start to finish. I looked up at her. What is the whole picture? She smiled. That's what the clearance is for. But understand, this isn't a job you do for a few years then move on. Once you're in, you don't leave. Early retirement isn't an option. You work until we say you're done, and then you transition to a consulting role. You stay in the system. For how long? As long as necessary. She pulled out a tablet, tapped the screen, then turned it toward me. Let me show you something. The screen displayed a file directory. Names, dates, photographs. I recognized some of them. Paramedics I'd found in my research. Peters, Kleins, Richards, and Sophie Wu. These are people who tried to walk away, Reed said quietly. People who worked Type 7 calls, who gained knowledge, who then decided they didn't want to be part of the system anymore. She swiped through the files, each one showing a different outcome. Richards transferred to fire prevention, still alive, still working. Klein, early retirement, moved to Arizona, alive. Peters, training division, alive. Then, Sophie Wu, deceased, car accident. Then some others I didn't recognize, missing persons reports, unsolved deaths, suicides that look suspicious. We take care of our people, Reed said. We really do. Good salary, good benefits, protection. You work with us. We make sure you're safe. We make sure your family is safe. We make sure you have a long, comfortable career and a peaceful retirement. She closed the files and looked at me directly. But only if you stay in line. Only if you follow protocol. Only if you understand that this knowledge comes with responsibility. She paused. People who try to expose what they've seen, who try to go public, who think they can walk away and live a normal life. They don't understand how deep this goes, how many people are invested in keeping things quiet. Are you threatening me? I'm offering you a choice. She slid the folder closer. Take the position, join the specialized unit, see the whole picture, make real money, be part of something important. Or stay where you are, keep running regular calls with Magnus, sign the occasional Type 7 report, and eventually transfer to a nice desk job when you're ready. And if I don't want either option, if I want out completely? Reed's smile didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes. Then you'd be making a mistake, because you already know too much. You've worked multiple Type 7 calls, you've done research, you've found Sophie Wu's obituary. She leaned forward slightly. You're already in the system. The only question is whether you're an asset or a liability. The room felt small suddenly. Think about it, Reed said, standing. You don't have to decide today, but don't take too long. We're starting a new training cycle next month. I'd like you in it. She walked me to the door, handed me a business card. Just a phone number, nothing else. Call when you're ready. And remember, we're not the enemy. We're the people keeping the city running, keeping people safe. That's worth something. The door closed behind me. I stood in the hallway, staring at the business card. An opportunity, a threat, both at once. I thought about Sophie Wu, about whether her accident was really an accident, about whether I'd have a choice at all if I said no. My phone buzzed. Magnus. How did it go? I didn't know how to answer, because I was starting to realize that the moment I'd signed that first report, the moment I'd walked into apartment 4F, I'd stopped having choices. I was in the system now. The only question was, how deep was I willing to go? I called the number on Rita's card 3 days later. I appreciate the offer, I told her, but I'm going to stay where I am. Silence on the other end. Then, are you sure? This is a significant opportunity. I'm sure. I'm a paramedic. I want to keep doing that job. Another pause. All right, the offer stands if you change your mind. But remember what we discussed. She hung up. Magnus seemed relieved when I told him. Good, he said. Smart choice. Keep your head down, do the work, don't ask questions. For a few weeks, everything was normal. Overdoses, chest pain, car accidents, regular calls, no type 7s. Then, on a Wednesday night at 10:48 p.m, Medic 47, Officer down, Industrial District, Pier 19, police en route, Officer down. Marcus's brow furrowed. Officer down calls don't go through our dispatch. We drove in silence. Pier 19 was in the abandoned industrial district along the river. Empty warehouses, broken windows, and chain-link fences with holes cut through them. No police cars or lights, just a black sedan parked near the warehouse entrance. An adjuster stood beside it, a younger man, expressionless. Inside, he said, 2nd floor. We followed him through the warehouse, our flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating rusted machinery, broken pallets, graffiti on the walls. The air smelled like mold and rust and something chemical. The 2nd floor was one large open space, empty except for what was in the center. A perfect circle of salt, maybe 6 feet in diameter, and inside it, a body. A police officer, uniform still visible, lying on his back. But something was wrong. His skin was grey, sunken tight against his bones. His eyes were sunken, his mouth open. He looked mummified, desiccated, like he'd been dead for years. Magnus checked his watch. Call came in 20 minutes ago. I knelt at the edge of the salt circle, not crossing it. No pulse, obviously. The body was completely dried out, like something had sucked every drop of moisture from it. Magnus moved closer, shining his light on the officer's face. Then, he went very still. I know him, he said quietly. Jack Hargrave. He was a beat cop in the 12th district. You knew him? He worked with Sophie Wu. Marcus's voice was tight. They responded to scenes together before she retired. I looked at the adjuster. What happened here? He didn't answer. Magnus stood up, his flashlight sweeping the rest of the warehouse floor. Then he stopped, the beam fixed on something in the darkness. Jeez, he whispered. I followed his light. More circles, dozens of them, scattered across the warehouse floor in no particular pattern. All of them perfect, made of salt, but empty. Magnus turned to the adjuster. He was asking questions, wasn't he? About Sophie, about what really happened to her. The adjuster's expression didn't change. Magnus, I said, what are these? They're for people who know too much. His voice was shaking now. He grabbed my arm. We need to leave, now. We haven't finished the assessment. There's nothing to assess. He's dead. He's been processed. We need to go. I looked at the empty circles again. Dozens of them. Waiting. Magnus, now. We walked back through the warehouse, faster this time. The adjuster didn't follow. I could feel his eyes on my back until we reached the exit. Magnus didn't speak until we were in the ambulance, doors locked, engine running. "Those circles," he said, staring straight ahead. "They're not just for containment. They're for disposal. For people who become problems." The adjusters did that? I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe they're just cleaning up after something else does it. Either way. He finally looked at me, and I saw the real fear in his eyes. Jack was a good cop. He and Sophie were close. After she died, he started asking questions, talked to her sister, looked into her accident. And now he's dead in a warehouse full of empty circles. You think they killed him? I think he knew too much and didn't stop asking questions, and they just showed you what happens when you cross that line. He put the ambulance in gear and drove. His hands were shaking on the wheel. I looked back at the warehouse, at the black sedan still parked outside. Somewhere in there, Jack Hargrave's body was being processed, documented, and erased, and dozens of empty salt circles were waiting for the next person who asked too many questions. I thought about the folder in my apartment, the research I'd been doing, the names I'd been tracking. I thought about Rita's offer. Once you're in, you don't leave. And I thought about those empty circles. Magnus was right. We needed to leave. All I could think was, had I already crossed the line? Or were they just waiting for me to take one more step? My day off, I was at home, halfway through a load of laundry, when my phone buzzed with an emergency page. Type 7, all available units, respond immediately. The address made my stomach drop. Chicago Memorial Hospital. Our hospital, where we brought patients every shift. I grabbed my keys and drove. The scene was chaos. Police had cordoned off 3 blocks, fire trucks lined the street. At least 6 ambulances were staged in the parking lot, and more were arriving. But no one was going inside. The entire east wing was sealed, plastic sheeting over the doors, adjusters in hazmat suits moving in and out through a decontamination tent. I found Magnus near the ambulance staging area. His face was grey. "What's happening?" I asked. "I don't know. They called everyone in, every paramedic who's worked Type 7s. He looked at the hospital. "Something's wrong, really wrong." An adjuster approached, someone I didn't recognize. "You two, with me." We were led through a decontamination tent, given masks and gloves, then through the sealed doors into the east wing. The hallway was empty. Emergency lighting cast everything in red. The air smelled like ozone and something rotting. We were taken down 2 flights of stairs to the basement level, to the morgue. The doors were propped open. Inside, at least a dozen adjusters were working frantically, setting up equipment, taking readings, speaking urgently into radios. And the bodies were moving. Not all of them, but enough. 5, maybe 6 corpses on gurneys, covered with sheets that were now sliding off as the bodies beneath them jerked and twitched. Their movements were wrong, spastic and uncoordinated like puppets with tangled strings. One sat up as I watched, a woman, maybe 60, with a Y incision sutured across her chest. Her eyes were open but filmed over, milky white. Her mouth open and closed, but no sound came out. "My God," Magnus whispered. An adjuster was near us, shouting into a radio. "Containment is failing. Repeat, containment is failing. We need Black Protocol authorization, now." Another corpse rolled off its gurney and hit the floor with a wet thud. It began crawling, dragging itself forward with jerking, mechanical movements, toward us. "Stay back," an adjuster warned, pulling us away from the door. But I couldn't look away. The crawling corpse was a man, young, maybe 30, hospital gown hanging off his grey skin. His mouth was moving too, forming shapes, words. I stepped closer, trying to read his lips. "Don't," Magnus started. The corpse's hand shot out and grabbed my ankle. The grip was cold, impossibly strong. I tried to pull away, but couldn't. Its mouth kept moving. And suddenly, I could hear it. Something directly in my head, like a voice made of static. "It's spreading. You can't contain it anymore." An adjuster pulled me back, breaking the corpse's grip. 2 others moved in with some kind of device, pressing it against the body. There was a flash of light, and the corpse went still. But the others were still moving, still jerking and twitching, still mouthing silent words. The doors burst behind us. Director Reed strode in, flanked by 4 more adjusters. She took one look at the scene, and a professional composer cracked for just a second. "How many?" she demanded. 7 animated, more showing early signs. "It's accelerating." "Initiate Protocol Black. Clear the building. Everyone out, now." "Director, we haven't contained—" "I said now." She turned to the adjusters around the room. "Full lockdown. No one in or out. We're sealing this entire wing." Magnus grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the exit. We were swept along with a tide of adjusters evacuating the morgue, up the stairs, through the decontamination tent, out into the parking lot. Alarms were blaring now. The entire hospital was being evacuated. Patients, staff, visitors, everyone streaming out of the exits, confused, frightened, and demanding answers. Adjusters were already moving through the crowd with practiced efficiency, herding people away from the East Wing, explaining in calm voices that there had been a gas leak, that it was a precautionary evacuation, that everything was under control. Magnus pulled me away from the crowd behind one of the ambulances. "This is it," he said, his voice shaking. "Whatever they've been covering up, whatever they've been containing all these years, it's breaking through. It's getting stronger." What's that down there?" "I don't know, but I know it's never happened before. Did you see their faces? They were panicking. The adjusters were panicking." We watched as more hazmat-suited figures entered the East Wing. Through the windows, I could see flashes of light, and muffled sounds that might have been screams, or might have been something else. By 4 a.m., the evacuation was complete. The official story was already spreading. Gas leak, no injuries. Hospital would reopen in the morning after safety checks. And by 8 a.m., it did. The East Wing was unsealed, patients were moved back in, staff returned to work, the morgue reopened, like nothing had happened. I was put on mandatory leave the next day. Stress-related, they called it. 2 weeks, full pay, see the department counsellor before returning to duty. Magnus retired. Just like that, sent an email to the director, turned in his badge and gear, and disappeared. I called him 6 times. He never answered. 3 days into my leave, a package arrived at my apartment. It had no return address, just my name on a plain manila envelope. Inside, a new ID badge, my photo, my name, but a different title. Specialized Response Unit, Level 2 clearance. And a note, typed on plain paper. "You don't have a choice anymore. You were there, you saw it. The situation is escalating, and we need experienced personnel. Report Monday, 6 a.m., 1515 West Monroe, Suite 800. Signed, Director Reed." That would have been enough But there was one more thing in the envelope. A photograph. My sister's house, the one she'd bought in Evanston, her husband's car in the driveway, my nephew's bike on the front lawn. Taken yesterday, based on the date stamp in the corner. There was no direct threat, just the photo. But the implication was clear. I sat on my couch, staring at the ID badge, the note, the photograph. Magnus had been right. Once you're in the system, you don't get out. And I was in deep now, too deep. I'd seen the bodies wake up. I'd heard that voice in my head. It's spreading. You can't contain it anymore. Whatever they'd been covering up for decades, maybe centuries, it was breaking through, getting stronger. And they needed people who'd already seen it, who already knew, to help them fight it, or contain it, or die trying. Monday morning, 6 a.m. I didn't have a choice. I never had. I reported to 1515 West Monroe. The lobby was empty except for a security guard who checked my ID and directed me to the elevator. He pressed the button I hadn't noticed before, one with a symbol I didn't recognize. The elevator went down and down and down. When the doors opened, I wasn't in Chicago anymore. Not the Chicago people knew. The facility was massive. A concrete bunker that stretched in every direction, lit by harsh fluorescent lights. Dozens of people moved through the corridors with purpose. Adjusters, people in hazmat suits, others in tactical gear. The computer stations lined the walls, displaying maps of the city covered in red dots. So many red dots. Director Reed was waiting. "Welcome to operations," she said. "This is where the real work happens." She led me through the facility, showed me labs where people analyzed samples of things I couldn't identify, showed me holding cells with reinforced doors and observation windows that looked into darkness. She showed me an armory stocked with equipment that definitely wasn't standard medical gear. "There are breaches throughout the city," Reed explained as we walked. "Places where reality is thin, where things from the other side can push through. We've been managing them for decades, containing them, cleaning up the aftermath." She stopped in front of a massive display screen showing a map of Chicago. Red dots clustered in certain areas, the industrial district, parts of the south side, and the old subway tunnels. Type 7 calls used to be monthly, then weekly. Now we're getting multiple calls per day. She looked at me. "We're losing ground. Whatever is on the other side, it's pushing through, getting stronger. The incident at the hospital, that was a Category 4 breach, the largest we've ever had in a populated area." "What stopped it?" "We did. Barely." She pulled up footage on a tablet. The hospital morgue, adjusters with devices that pulsed with light, the bodies finally going still. But it cost us. 3 adjusters dead, 2 more in medical, and we had to use Protocol Black, which means we burned through resources we can't easily replace. She handed me a tablet. "This is what we're dealing with. This is why we need you." The footage showed other breaches, an apartment where the walls were bleeding, a subway tunnel where the tracks led into somewhere that wasn't Chicago, a park where children's shadows moved independently of their bodies. "You've seen it," Reed said. "You've been exposed. That makes you valuable. Most people, when they see what's really there, their minds break. They rationalize it away, forget it, or they go insane. But some people like you, can see it and stay functional. That's rare. That's necessary." She led me to a locker room where a team was gearing up. 5 people, all around my age, all with the same haunted look I'd seen in Magnus's eyes. "Your team," Reed said. "They'll train you. You start today." A woman approached, Asian, early 30s, with a scar running down her left cheek. "I'm Cho, former paramedic, been with the unit for 2 years. She handed me a vest. "Put this on, we've got a call." The vest was heavy, reinforced with something that wasn't just Kevlar. The equipment they gave me looked medical at first glance, bags, monitors, and trauma supplies. But there were other things too, devices I didn't recognize, containers filled with salt, iron fillings, and other substances. A weapon that looked like a cross between a taser and something from a science fiction movie. "What is this?" I asked. "Tools," Cho said. "You'll learn what they do. Right now, just stay close and follow my lead." An alarm blared. Red lights flashed. A voice over the intercom. "Reality breach, Category 5, Sector 7. Multiple entities. All available units respond." Category 5. Worse than the hospital. The team moved with practiced efficiency, loading into an armored vehicle that looked nothing like an ambulance. I climbed in after them. As we pulled out of the facility, through tunnels that led God knows where, Cho handed me a helmet with a visor. "Put it on. The visor filters what you see, makes it easier to look at them directly." "Look at what?" She smiled, but there was no humor in it. "You'll see." The vehicle accelerated. I looked at the team around me. They were checking their equipment, loading their weapons, preparing for something I couldn't imagine. I thought about Magnus, about his warning, about Sophie Wu and Jack Hargrave, and all the others who tried to walk away. I thought about my sister's house, that photograph. They were no longer just making me part of the cover-up. They were making me part of the war. Whatever was pushing through those breaches, whatever was making the dead wake up and speak in voices made of static, we were the front line. The people who responded when reality broke, the people who fought to keep it from spreading. The vehicle burst out of the tunnel into the pre-dawn darkness of Chicago. The city looked peaceful from here. Normal. People sleeping in their homes, unaware of what moved in the spaces between. Cho caught my eye. "You okay?" I adjusted the vest, checked the equipment I didn't know how to use yet. "No," I said, honestly. She nodded. "Good. Fear keeps you sharp, keeps you alive." The vehicle turned down a side street, heading toward a warehouse district where reality was breaking and things that shouldn't exist were pushing through. And I understood, finally, what Magnus had been trying to tell me all along. You can't walk away from this job, because once you've seen what's really out there, it sees you too, and it doesn't forget. The vehicle stopped, the team moved out, and I followed them into the darkness, toward whatever was waiting on the other side of reality. My first call with the new unit, first of many, because here, the calls never stop. And now, neither could I.